Hail adventurers, and welcome to the 127th, oh my goodness, episode of Dirty 20, an evening of laughter, drama and adventure we call a D&D podcast. This is your Dungeon Master for the evening, and once again I'm joined by my colourful cast of characters. Today, before we get into our shout-outs and stuff like that, full disclosure, again, I feel like I'm saying this every other week at this point, I am ill. I have a pretty rancid fucking cough. I'm going to try and mute myself where possible, but if one sneaks through, I can feel one coming up right now. It's a little tickle in the chest. Then I apologise, and also it may break up some of the spiel that I have to give today, because we've got a very special session. It's going to be a bit different than what we normally do, kind of similar to last time. We're doing some, technically I guess it's downtime, but rather than kind of doing it all off camera, we're going to be seeing what has transpired in this year that goes by. So I know that there are a couple other people who are ill as well. It just be like that sometimes, you know. Yes, I thought there was something else that I needed to say before we did our shout outs, but I can't remember what it is, so it obviously wasn't important. So with that, we'll jump straight over to the one and only Mr. Mitchell Brown. Can you tell us a little bit about, what am I going to say? Monday night's gone.
Monday nights, they're a little bit up in the air at the moment, I'll be honest, but we do it sometimes. Natural Wonders, the link's in the chat, 7 PM on Monday evenings. We play Star Wars for a few hours. Good fun when we do it. It's, like I say, it's sort of a bit up in the air at the moment. I'm also not feeling great today, so we're just rolling with the punches. Thank you very much, Yuan.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just messaging Hayden. It won't matter today to answer your question, the private question. It won't matter today, but remind me to double check that. Thank you, Mitch. Maya, I see that you have been doing a small amount of streaming as of late.
I have been streaming, yes, and I warned the people on my channel this week that I wouldn't be streaming Friday and Saturday because I feel like absolute shit. And I didn't realise that would extend to Sunday as well. I feel like absolute garbage. But we're here and we're having fun. So if you'd like to see me when I don't look and sound like shit, go check out twitch.tv/Animea and watch me play some Genshin Impact and a few other spooky games as well.
Thank you very much, Maya. Sam, would you like to take it away with what you do over on your channel? Not Womble.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me just put him away. Calm. Yeah, Sam JKP on YouTube and Twitch. Play a lot of Pokemans, and then a little bit more Pokemon, and also some Pokemon TCG stuff. But yeah, a little bit of fads, a little bit of this, that, and the other, but mostly Pokemon. So if you enjoy that, come and watch.
Well, thank you.
You're very, very welcome.
So, in addition to those wonderful creators, we also have a Discord, which is going to be pretty useful specifically for today, because there's some stuff that will be dumped in there occasionally. So, if you are looking to see some of the maps, to get updated about when we play, because obviously those of you that have been with us a little while know that we can be a little bit spotty at times, particularly around big events. Hopefully, from this week going forward, we'll be able to play regularly. Well, that was a weird way of saying that. Regularly just doesn't feel like it should be a word. We should be back to playing every week. So, in case that changes, or if we do anything in addition, because we have got something special coming up this week, and I actually am going to go over to Elle in a minute, because I think she might want to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, join the Discord, because you get to stay updated and really engage in the other stuff that we do, and have a chance to play with us as well, like our big time fan, Prickly Pete, has done. In addition to that, I have dropped my own little link in there. I am a professional dungeon master. I run games of D&D for people, and you could be one of them. A lot of the games at the moment are sold out, not to brag, but there are some one-shots that are currently sort of up in the air and they might get played. Make sure to check out the website for details on that, or join the Discord, which
Join or die.
I don't have a link for. I don't have a link for my own Discord. It doesn't matter, but check out the website. This is a bit of a.
It's a bit of an
drop on you,
impromptu.
isn't it?
How much am I allowed to say or not say? I don't know.
I feel like, I mean, I will leave it to your discretion.
Okay, so this.
Just because it's this week, I feel like we probably should
Yeah.
drop it. Right?
So this Friday 28th, we are having our first little gander at a talk show. Yeah, woo! It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're aiming to do this kind of like once a month, so we can kind of have a good chunk of gameplay to kind of, discuss and ask questions about. I get a few little cheeky games in there, find a way to tie them into our characters, or D&D as a whole, which would be quite fun. So expect to see not all of us, maybe just a handful. Me and Ewan will be there as well to guide you along on a crazy night of fun and shenanigans and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we have our first talk show officially called, because I think we've both agreed it's a good name, Talk Dirty to Me, on Friday. So tune in for that about 8 p.m. PST. Maybe.
Insert time to be decided.
To be determined. But yes, it'll be the evening on Friday. Tune in for that.
Thank you very much, Elle.
You're welcome.
I nearly forgot about that, so that's good. We slipped that in there.
Slip it in.
Any other updates or things that people need to drop before we begin the game today?
I love D&D.
I love D&D.
Pretty great.
Ha! Nerd! Well, with such a proclamation, I do bestow upon you the statement that we shall begin today's episode of Dirty 20.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
And welcome back. So, previously on Dirty 20, the end of an era. The battle won, and peace washing over the kingdoms, the time of trouble had come to a close. For nearly a year, Ferra Carta had fought hard to secure a union between the coast. First, to push back the Crusade of Foyfort, but soon that directive became insignificant compared to the looming threat from below. Many times it seemed like their quest would fall, yet they pushed on. Their victory brought with it the chance of a new and better future. Though there were losses, the result was far better than what could have been. The decision by Alistair to remain in Dafid may have been the only reason it had survived the attack, though its late addition certainly left little time to prepare. Val'Aeria, as the first to be contacted, was able to effectively defend against the attackers, very likely due to the convincing that magic could be integral to survival, in thwarting the attempts to crush their technological progress. They likely contributed greatly to the cause, with time and support to develop much which could be used to defend against the Illithid. In gaining the trust of Theodore and working much in Deep Bay, their survival was assured, though their geographical connections to the unknown ruins below left an opening that could be exploited. Only two things managed to keep the city from destruction. Theodore sacrificed his own infernal immortality and powers to protect the city, in part willing due to his interactions with you and your selfless natures. Oh shit, where did Jack go?
Mayhaps internet troubles.
Oh, right. Picking up somewhere, wherever I was reading. Yes, and the other was Sindri, whose decision to remain may have been instilled through Zuko's biting words on cowardice. Who is to say? Left until last minute, it's likely Foyfort and Bellinor suffered the worst, though their overwhelming numbers and divine powers gave them a fighting chance. Through your words at the negotiating table, their plans to crusade against the Church of the Eight was brought to a standstill. Shrazkis, to the north, was granted the ability to prepare, thanks to Gaiak, and the instinct to follow up on Thrisk's last wishes. In freeing his sister, the only chance they had was open to them. Now reunited with her people, they had the opportunity to rebuild and become a political force of their own, engaging with the coast on a level never seen before. Had Gaiak not found his path, perhaps the entirety of the Basques would now be gone. Isolated, the Draconoft Isles have been silent since the invasion. The aftermath, not common knowledge. What people do know is that the raids have lessened. Either a sign of change among traditions of the folk, or an omen that attacks there were heavy. In refusing to make contact with Gwaine, either out of fear or disgust from Eridel, life on the Isles may have been put at risk, and certainly the unprepared masses were taken by surprise. But being formidable warriors, it's likely any wound will heal before too long, but how they will feel about their mainland neighbours may have turned further sour. All these decisions, all these paths taken, have wound to where life is now. Many times things could have changed or gone another way, and who knows what sort of damage or good it might have done. Either way, what is for certain is that this group of strangers, most of whom met in a cell half a year ago, have changed the world forever. With the rebuilding underway, a time of peace is granted. 4 seasons going. In this time, our party separates, with the goals of their own and journeys to make, before they're brought together again. We follow their stories as snippets of a larger whole. And that is where we're going to end the session today.
Just a recap.
So, it's just a recap. See you later. See you next week, guys.
Oh god, that was a really long session, guys.
It was a really good session.
Yeah.
I
Glad
just
we managed to
got
keep
back from
focused on that.
restarting my computer, and that's the first thing I heard.
You were gone that long.
Wow, you missed the really motivating speech there. So, what I think would be good, I've debated how we're going to do this for a little while. Now, I don't think I'm going to dictate what order we go. I think it would be nice to leave it to chance. However, there are 7 of you. 7 chances to experience your year here. However, you will only be rolling a d6. For Kensei, you will not be going until the end.
Oh!
does that mean?
Yeah, you said some stuff to me before this, and I was like, oh shit.
What does it mean?
right.
You're very
You'll be not
installations.
going to the end. So, I think we should roll for this and see who gets to go first. So,
Sure.
based on order on on the Discord, maybe on our little call, like 1 to 6 downwards. So that would mean Aria, you'd be 1, Alistair 2, Storm 3, Eridel 4, Mitch 5. I just said everyone else's character name and then just Mitch, and Gaiac 6.
Cool.
3 then, yeah.
Mitch is Zuko's
Cool.
alter ego.
And
Shall I roll a d6?
You pronounced my name wrong.
Okay. I am gonna ask someone to get themselves a real D6.
Oh, a real.
No, none of this digital bullshit.
I've got one here.
everyone
Yeah, I've
gets
got one right here.
I'm waiting for this moment. I'm waiting for this.
Now, who would like to roll first the first time?
We all get
All
to
my
roll,
dice
right?
are like 1,000 miles away. I don't even know where my dice are.
There's only one of the 2 bags.
Oh my
have-
god.
Some
You have a
more dice.
literal treasure chest.
Well, Maya's ready, so why don't Maya do it?
In the break, I'm gonna go
There
find
you go, there you
Gaiac.
go.
Alright.
Who's going first? Maya?
One.
Do we
More
go
boy.
first?
Sorry.
Yeah.
So that starts with Aria. Alright.
Let's kick it off,
Here we go,
baby.
baby.
Okay. This is going to be a fun one for my fucking throat today. Alright. So this is going to be, like I said, this is a bit more experimental than our normal session, so it might feel a little choppier.
It's fun though.
So, I think we need to start off with a little bit of a little more of an ominous vibe.
Oh no.
Oh,
What does it mean? Ominous vibe.
Aria done.
Aria Ravenwood.
It's me.
It is you.
I just want to say before we go into this, I am very much aware that the overlays are not your current levels.
Yes. Oh yeah, we've leveled up.
Look, alright, I've been ill this week. This is to the viewers. Yeah, I forgot to do it. But it will be fine, it will be up for next week, but Aria. Aria Ravenwood. It's been a few weeks since the invasion now. We're picking up as you... do you know what? Before we go straight into Aria, I feel like it's important to kind of dictate what's happening here. So the first few weeks were you guys helping rebuild in Deep Bay, making contact with others and discovering what your own personal journeys will be. So let's assume that you've had that final drink as we did the last session. Now in the next few days, let's go one by one through to see what each of you would be doing immediately in terms of like where, like basically just saying, are you leaving the city? Are you remaining for the first portion? And stuff like that. So I just want to get that vibe so that I know
Where to start?
because I feel like I don't want to just jump straight in to going into the year by without kind of first settling when you guys are leaving. So, Zuko, you're remaining in the city. That's a pretty easy given one.
Yeah, I vote remain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in the city. I think Zuko is gonna take the advice of his father and just do some stuff for himself. You know,
Sure.
just try and boost the economy by spending a little. I don't actually think I have any money.
By remaining.
By remaining in the city.
Do you know what? I was going to say, you saying that is going to date this session, but it isn't because people are going to be talking about this for fucking decades.
And also remain. That fucking happened so long ago anyway. It's so out of date already. But yeah, I think Zuko is just going to be in the city, just like bumming around,
Sure.
doing
Bumming
stuff.
around.
Be bumming.
Bumming
Just
around.
doing stuff. Probably trying to start properly fix up the manor and things like that.
So what you're saying is you're going to be looking for that guy in the alley that you tried
Oh.
to seduce. That
Oh no,
That was a misunderstanding.
El fashy noshi.
not the nose.
Not the nosh. Anyway, all right. So you're staying in the city. Storm, You're remaining, aren't you?
I'm also remaining.
You're a
in the
Remainer.
sea. I'm a Remainer. I shall be remaining in the city. Storm will have been over much deliberate. The word that I can't say right now. He shall consider his options whether or not he goes with Arilla or he stays at Theodore's side. And I think if anyone leaving, he would have given you a little goodbye. Whoever actually, well, this is a big question. What is going on with the bag of holding? Because Storm would have asked for something.
Miaria, unless anyone desperately needs it, she would have kept it on her.
I'd like to take a few things out of the bag of holding.
I think we should split the gold up as well, so everyone has.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think Gaiac just take all of it, to be honest.
Gaiac just takes all.
I can fucking try, mate.
Come try and find me in Moonvale.
Come at me.
Well, there is not much left. Let me do the maths real quick.
I would like to take the troll stuff and the dragon teeth, please.
Oh, I'm definitely taking my dragon
Wait,
mushrooms.
can I just make a request? If you're taking stuff out, can you please write it down?
Okay.
Because I don't want. As soon as it's out of here, I'm not keeping track of it.
That's fair enough.
So if you're taking stuff out, write it down.
Is the elemental plane of water fork in here in the bag of holding? Shouldn't.
Unless someone specified that they were keeping hold of it, then it is. Yes, I haven't written it down though.
Not in there, so I assume it's.
Who the fuck is rolling attacks?
But yeah, unless anyone specified that they were keeping it, it would be in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I think it's in the bag of holding. I'm taking.
Yeah.
So Storm would
Double
ask.
So you've got the
tuning
tuning fork. Yeah.
I'm on the
Right.
way through to assassinate
What are you
Arya.
taking out? What's Aradel taking out?
The troll tongue, the troll stuff, and the dragon teeth from the spore dragon. I took some teeth from it and put them in the bag of holding.
Okay, have you made a note of that? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Right, that's gone.
I have made a note of my dragon mushrooms.
You've taken out your shrooms. They're gone. There's the fungus is in there as well. Did you want that?
That's what we took off the shroom dragon, right?
I got fungus and shrooms.
Wait.
Why did I write that down separately? Aren't they the same thing?
Yeah. I would assume.
I don't know what was
Fungus
going
and
through. Yep. I got
Maybe you
fungus and
meant,
shrooms.
Yeah, I just put like a slash. Fungus.
Okay. Cool. Anyone else want to take anything out?
Do you still have the oil of fearness in there?
It is in there.
I would like. Can I take that out?
Yes.
I am the one who stole it.
Yeah. That's gone.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, cool. There's a dragon tooth singular in there. Maybe that was from the first time we fought it. Cool, right. There we go. Alright, let me do some maths real quick, because I don't know. So, 69 platinum, that's 690, right?
Dirty number.
Absolutely
Yeah.
nothing untoward about that number at all. We have 2,016 gold left. Well, we have 800 silver as well, but which is 80 gold.
Yeah, 80 gold. Let's just split it between us.
Where. Okay. And then I can't bother to do the copper. So 2,096.
Just divide it by 100.
What?
The copper, divide it by 100, and that's how much gold it is.
Please don't. That is 2 gold, honey. It's not worth it.
1 second.
Every little helps, doesn't it?
How many?
Maybe Zuko would want to buy some deep base scent.
That was
Right,
why it was 2 gold.
everyone gets 299 gold.
Nice.
Hey!
Oh, that's my allowance.
From 0 to almost 300.
Yeah, from 0 to 300.
And that is all of the money from Theodore gone.
Pog. We got to pay him back at some point, haven't we?
Nah, it's fine.
Nah.
No.
Don't worry about
Pay
it.
him back
Yeah,
when we're dead.
I'll keep. Yeah, that's all the money from Theodore. 299 each.
299 gold each.
Yep.
Ooh, baby!
That'll be gone
Storm's got gold. Storm's got gold. 200 and what? 99.
99, yeah.
Oh, 99.
I feel like Storm has a reputation around town for being like a gambler or something. For how
He is a little bit of a. He does gamble. Yeah.
He doesn't gamble because he has no money.
He has no money to gamble
People
with.
just assume he's a gambler because he has no money.
But I always ask you
Shopping.
for money to gamble. I remember when we were at the
I do it
Valor,
often.
Stronghold
Yeah, if he
Valor,
goes shopping without money, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes gambling
gambles
without money.
without money. Such a Lando
Storm is in severe debt.
severe credit card debt.
That's why he's leaving Deep Bay.
Severe platinum debt.
Platinum. He needs a platinum card.
Alright, so, with some of that stuff sorted then, trying to
We would.
that who I came to next.
You just-
Storm.
You did me. Yeah, I'm staying. I'm
Alright,
taking the
so
fork.
you're staying in the city.
Staying in the city.
Kayak.
Yeah.
You're heading off probably, we'll just say the next day afterwards.
I would, before I leave, I would give everyone a feather and say my goodbyes. So you each have one of Guyak's feathers, and yeah, I'll head off with Rye.
Add that to my
Alright.
pouch.
Alistair, you're remaining in the city, correct?
For a little while, yeah.
Cool. Arya, what are you doing?
Yeah, so Arya would have stayed in the city for a little bit, and then she would have headed off elsewhere. So
Alright. Eridel?
Eridel would have left probably the morning after we had that toast and drinks.
Sure. And Kensei?
First things first. Just as I make sure that it's ad memento, I'm going to find a blacksmith who can add a little chain to the end of one of my katanas so I can attach Galak's feather to it.
Oh,
oh, that's hat. There's
yeah,
hat.
you can do that.
There's hat.
You can do
That's
that.
so cool. That's so cool.
love that.
Oh, I
I
was
did,
gonna do
like-
something with a feather as well.
I was thinking, like, I'm probably not going to do anything in the city, and then you did that. I was like, well, now I have to do something.
I had a
I
really,
love that
really
so
cursed
much.
idea.
So I'm going to do that
Yeah, you'd be able to do that, yeah.
as a little keepsake. And, yeah, no, I'll do that, and I'll make sure everything's okay, like kind of like stable before I go. Make sure that all the buildings aren't going to fall over. You know, I've got my workout dragging up pieces of lumber uphill and stuff like that. Yeah, and then I'm going to go off, and he probably wouldn't say too much about specifically what he's doing. He simply says he's got a private matter to attend to, and then he's going to leave.
Got to see him mad about a dog.
Alright. So, in which case then, now we return to Arya. So you're staying in the city for a short while.
A few days, and then I'd head out.
Alright.
Wait, did we figure out what did Daredevil say what she's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she left immediately. Yeah.
It's fine if you weren't listening, Jay.
Say goodbye to Shireen, sorry.
Alright, so, Arya, it's a few days after kind of where we left off, and you're kind of making to leave. And you feel as you're in your currently empty room that you've just picked yourself at the moment, you feel that presence reaching out to you again in the back of your mind. You have done well so far, but there is much more to do, to prepare. You feel that presence there as the world around you fades to this kind of like misty darkness. And it's almost like translucent, but you're back at that throne room. And your master sits atop his throne, staring down towards you. You see the room around you. It's almost like you're seeing two images on top of each other at once, as if you were in two places.
What is it you plan to do next?
Well, I wouldn't mind going to spend some time with my father. But I get the feeling that that's not what you're asking.
What you do with your mortal life, I have little interest in. But I do remind you that the only reason you were able to defeat this threat was the little piece of me that you have inside you. And unlike your girlfriend, you cannot suppress me.
What do you want from me?
Whilst listening through your ears, I have heard much talk about these orbs.
Is an intense voice.
So good, dude.
Your goal on the material plane is to find and give me additional power. These orbs would seem to be such.
All comes back to these orbs, it would seem. What would you do with them once you had all of them?
That is of little interest to you.
I feel like it's of some interest to me.
You misunderstand me. It's none of your business.
But without me, you cannot get access to them, right?
You dare to threaten me?
Is the truth, no?
What you speak is of technical truth, yes.
And if I don't?
Then your gifts will be stripped of you.
It's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
That is just the start. I don't like to reveal all the fun little secrets that would await you.
You tie my hands. You don't give me much choice, do you?
You tied your own hands when you joined me. Regardless of whether you choose to leave this agreement, your soul is tied to me. It is tied to the abyss. In death, you will return here. Do you choose to return at my side, or return as fodder?
Just gonna take out the dagger. Just flip it a bit. And I'm gonna throw it at him. Just to test his reflexes.
I mean, you throw it and it just goes through him. It hits the wall, which is technically behind him right now.
Oh.
You do have what you call them. Balls.
I've been known.
It is why I knew you would make such a good subject.
Oh, I hate that word. Orbs, yes.
Yes.
I'll be sure to keep an eye out.
Be sure you do. That little elven friend of yours seems awful keen on finding them.
I'll summon the dagger back to my hand. And it's a good thing we got a nice new map, huh?
Your companions have been useful to us both thus far. But do not forget, I am the one who saved your life. They're the ones that let you nearly die.
And he vanishes.
Cool. After that kind of encounter, I kind of look into the bag of holding and pull out the map we found. The map we made with, from the knowledge from the temple with all of the locations on it.
Wait, oh.
Do you have
Do we
that?
have
I thought it.
Yeah,
I thought it was in the bag of holding.
I drew it in my notebook.
Oh, I thought we'd written it down. Apologies, I don't.
Well, I mean, you are technically in the city with Storm right now, but I mean, how sus do you want to be?
How sus?
I mean, I'm knowing that we're going to be reuniting at some point. I would remember that Storm has that, and be like, and think to myself, I need to find a way to make my own notes before heading out.
All right. So you spend a few days there before your greater journey awaits you. Where are you going next?
So, I think after that whole encounter with Mayfly, Girano, Talva, she probably would have headed to Sil City to spend some time with him and have a very specific conversation.
Of course. So, sorry about this, the fucking same music keeps playing over and over again. Let's try this again. There we go. So, grabbing a ship from Deep Bay, you sail. Let's move on to the rest of the scope. This map here, I think. You sail down the inner trail. It takes you a good couple of weeks. Or I suppose actually in this indication it's probably going to take you maybe just under a week actually, now that I look at the map. I actually thought it was further away. As you sail down, the journey there is uneventful. And eventually you find the ship docking at the town of Coltmouth, which appears to be pretty badly damaged from some sort of assault that's happened here. You can imagine what that might be. It's in a lot of disrepair. And as you begin to travel the road north up towards Sil City, it's very evident to you that the Bellinor has been hit really badly. But eventually you do arrive at Sil City. It is different to the last time you were here. Red banners are strewn across the streets, and where there was once a grand church, which you know was specifically to Belinus, the Church of the God of Life and the Sun. There is now a new massive cathedral, which is similar enough in that it also depicts this burning star as its kind of like symbol there, and you'd recognise this as being specifically the Lord of the Flame kind of iconography here. But otherwise, the city seems to be living and breathing. It's certainly different to the last time. When you were here last, the invasion was fresh. You were walking the streets where soldiers were kind of hunting down rabblers and rioters, and there was a lot more aggression and violence. But you know, if you'd never come here before, you wouldn't expect there was anything strange about it. The Foyfortian even. Apologies. The Foyfortian army still do have garrison here. They are the current policing force. Bellinor, as you are aware, is still, by technicality, Foyfortian territory. But they kind of act as more of a guard or policing force right now. As you find yourself like heading through the streets and heading up towards the castle, which is still really badly damaged. You can see that parts of like the castle walls have been torn down. There's signs of like arcane explosions, and it's just really, really badly damaged. And the inside of the castle is even worse. What probably was once like luxurious, regal architecture and decoration is now very, very dishevelled, and a lot of it's broken or burnt. There was clearly a big fight that happened in here, but the city is still alive, so you imagine that even with a great cost, they did come out victorious. Sil City has had its fair share of tragedies this year.
Yeah, like as I'm walking through the streets, I kind of just let all the memories kind of rush through me about all the shenanigans we've got up to in this city. You're muted.
God fucking damn it. One of the things you do notice is that obviously Bellinorian, the native tongue, and trader's tongue are both like languages that were written here, but you also now begin to see Foyfortian, their language in spaces as well. Like they're kind of like going to, I don't know, like Wales or basically any other European country, right? They always have English there because there's always English people that don't know how to speak the local language that need to know. So it's basically like that. You can see that there's new translations of things like street names or buildings of import, things like that. But you find yourself heading to the castle as you are guided inside, based on regardless of how you're connected to Gerardo. It's weird saying his name like that.
No.
But regardless of your connection to him, just your status alone is enough to get you in there. You are known now.
Yeah, I keep forgetting we're kind of big shots now.
So, as you head up towards, you can see Girano appears to have been kind of in a meeting, and what I'll say is as you kind of, I mean, we'll kind of go into this initial greeting right now because he is like very, very clearly happy to see you. As you see him, you can see he's like writing some parchment in a very destroyed-looking office that's been kind of like patched up in places. You see him trying to find something. You see him kind of look up towards you and immediately just like runs up and just like clasps onto you and hugs you deeply before kind of like pulling away from that moment. I was not sure when I would see you again. You traveled all this way. You didn't write to tell me. I had no idea.
I am full of surprises, Father.
That you are.
You looks like you need to get someone in here to decorate. It's
Yes, well, it's on the list of things to do.
I'll just like
Certainly.
go up to like, I don't know, one of the floorboards. Just put my hand over it and cast mending. I can help with little bits, but
Well, that is appreciated. The furnishings, however, I'm not too sure about, but my governing here is provisional only at the moment, so I can't spend too much time on making the place mine.
What do you mean provisional?
Well, at the moment, I'm kind of elected, I suppose, by the people in a manner of speaking, but it's not a long-term gig, so to speak.
I thought you were like the new king or something.
No, not quite like this. I am much more of a minister of sorts, I suppose. I think is probably the more accurate term.
I assume that you are just keeping the peace until this prophet king can come in and take power. Is that true?
It's a delicate matter to be discussed at the council meetings in the next few months.
Still, a lot of people look up to you. I mean, I saw how people looked up to you when you were underground.
What can I say? I know how to talk. And get them riled up, you know?
Yes. It seems I have taken that from you.
I think you probably got that from your mother, actually.
Ah.
I mean Leandra.
Oh. Yes, well, I would never tell her to her face, but she, yes, she has always been quite fiery.
I do wish to see them again.
I'm sure they would like to know that you are in good health.
Would be nice.
Something that has happened, or something to do with Ravenwood, is actually partly why I've come to see you. I have been in contact with a member of the Unhallowed. I'm sure you are aware of the organization?
I am, of course, aware of them.
Well, when I was a little bit younger than I am now, there was a group of them attacked the manor back in Ravenwood. They weren't looking for my family, they were looking for me. Somehow, they found out about me. And I'm just wondering if I need to know, and I wonder if you know, everyone who could possibly know about our little secret.
It was, myself, well, the whole of Ravenwood knows.
Even the people?
You were never told?
I always,
I think that we should... I really have a lot of work I need to do right now, but I think that we need to sit down tonight and discuss this. Has no one told you the story of that night?
I could piece together what I learned in the manor. I don't... Am I missing something?
Maybe. But you say that they came after you again?
They were threatening the others, but they were looking for me, yes.
That is... I mean, that would be impossible. You were a secret. When we last spoke, I remember telling you sort of what, transpired that night. But it is a painful memory to think about.
My contact in the Unhallowed told me that he thinks that this had to have been targeted. So somebody
That
knew.
would- Perhaps the same person.
You know someone?
Let us meet tonight.
Okay. Okay.
And he gives you a hug and immediately goes back and tries to frantically write. You can see him pausing, thinking for moments, and then continuing.
Okay.
The day goes on, and eventually you find yourself kind of back in the castle, in a living space. Again, not particularly great, but there's a table, some chairs, there's some wine, and some food that's brought to you. Simple kind of meat and vegetable dishes. As you sit down with Gerardo, kind of looks towards you. I cannot remember how much I told you last time. It has been a couple of weeks, but in terms of who knows about you specifically, the only ones left alive would be myself, your parents and your siblings, if they are aware, which I assume they are, and of course your traveling companions. There is more to the story about that night. And now that you've mentioned that they might have come after you, perhaps it is important to know. You said you found something in the manor?
There were these weird visions of the past, I think, and I could see them as if I was there.
I have heard of such things. Emotions so powerful they transcend time, they stay. Never experienced one myself, but I've heard of it. Before that night, I received a letter, an ominous one. It asked me to come to the old guild hideout below Starlight Globe. When I got there, I met with someone. They were masked, but I couldn't tell much about them. They gave me a warning to sit down as the guildmaster, or they would reveal my secret. Like I said, I wasn't able to tell who it was. I'd use something to obfuscate their voice. And they managed to escape before I could catch them, find out who they were. I was anxious about it, but in my arrogance I did not step down. I did not take it as seriously as I should. Then one night, rumors had begun to spread, and the crowd marched up to the house. They began to burn it down, but it was a distraction. Some sort of assassin slipped in, tried to make for my life, but Gabriella, your mother, she told me to grab you and run. She began to fight with this assassin. I never saw what happened after that. I can't tell you anymore, I don't. I headed straight for the Ravenwoods. I handed you over and then I grabbed a horse, stole one I suppose, and left. Rode into the night and didn't stop until 5 days passed. That was the last time I saw Gabriella. Last time I saw you. Someone knew about me. I don't know how. But that assassin that night matches what you said. What you described.
They had the sigil of the Unhallowed on them.
It was clear as day, yes.
As far as I know, the Unhallowed, they are not assassins. They don't work like that.
Well, whatever they say they are, that is what came that night. It was an assassin. But that's what you call someone who is hired to kill an innocent person. I don't think that this assassin meant for my wife. I assume they had no idea about her heritage as well. I think that they were targeting me. She loved you a lot. She believes that the best way for you to escape was for me to grab you and run. I regret not staying there myself. Maybe we'd both be dead, but then so would you be. And he just downs the rest of the glass of wine and pours another, and then downs that and pours another.
Just put a hand on his shoulder. You were doing what you thought was best for my survival. Listen, something I've learned about parents is that, it's not easy. But
it's not.
The decisions you make, I know, ultimately are for... You're just trying to do what's best for your children, I know. There is one more thing that came to my mind.
Of course.
You wouldn't have been aware of this unless Warren told you. I didn't know so much how the whole changing my form when I was younger was tricky, and I didn't really go out much, so I didn't get to see faces and be able to learn them. So Leander and Warren made a decision in order for me to be able to become one of the family, there was a little girl who would every year pay a visit to the manor so that I could copy her face. What you see is her. So
Yes.
she is another person, the only other person I can think of who knew.
Of course, I know about this little facet of our ability. The man that you look at now is he is a farmer who took me in a long time ago when I first came here. But I mean, your mother.
I think maybe she could be behind this. I have not seen her since I was a teenager. I've been doing my best to tweak her appearance since then. Guessing.
It is possible. Could be the case.
You have connections. Do you think that there's a way that she can be tracked down?
Not through me. Perhaps your parents, if you said that they were the ones who organized this. Perhaps they know a way.
They will know more than me. I was not allowed to know her name. I was not allowed to talk to her. I will reach out to them.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do? I can answer. I feel like I have lost so much time that you might have so many questions. Maybe you don't, but
Said that we're from the Feywild.
yes. Originally, yes. Of course, you were not born there, but
I mean, I have read stories, you know, heard drunken people in taverns talking about faraway places with pink skies and forests that would try to eat you. But I didn't think it was a real place.
a crude description, but not entirely disaccurate.
I'd love to know more.
If you wish, I shall tell. And from that moment, spends the rest of the night describing these incredible places, telling you everything that he knows about stuff that exists there. The interesting group of people that you are a part of anyway, and though you may not have been born there, your connection to them. And I suppose you spend a lot of this time here in the city with Girano, perhaps. But soon, it comes time to move on. And though you'll cherish this little time you've spent with him, it obviously doesn't make up for the years of his absence. But it's at least a step towards something, whatever it is that might be, whatever it is that you truly wish this relationship to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's a step.
Yeah.
Where do you go next, Aria?
Just a little to add in on there. I would have told Girano before I left. I say you have connections. If you ever hear any word of magic orbs, big magic orbs, you know, very, very weird in design, dwarven, could you please let me know?
See, I shall let you know if I see anything.
Thank you.
And I think just to kind of add to what I've just said, is that when he's describing this, you watch like his visage like slowly like shift back to that blue and tattooed image of a natural changeling form.
A mimic, yeah.
So, as your time comes to a close here in Deep Bay, where are you going next?
So from Deep Bay, knowing that there is an entrance to the Underdark pretty close, she would have gone that way, and they've been through that way before, as their first venture into the Underdark. And she would have looked for Jala, tried to find Jala and the Gloom Matron, and spend some time with them.
Yeah. You head down towards the Witchwoods, which, at this point, as you come towards it, look very, very different to the way that they did before. The Witchwoods, I suppose. I need to scroll because I need to find it. It's on someone else's thing. So, Ripperoni, where are we? Oh my goodness. There we go. So, they are a shade of their former self. They are burned and charred, and almost entirely chopped down. You can see there are numerous forts and outposts here, all walling off the area that has been pinpointed as the access point to the Underdark. You can see, as you're let through, again, because of your position, you know, you are not restricted from this. You can see that it's almost like an immigration sort of space, where they know that people can come in and out of the Underdark here, so they basically made it like a territorial border towards the Underdark. And it is incredibly, incredibly heavily guarded. As you head down, you spend the time travelling through, retracing your footsteps, which you would remember. It takes you probably about half a month or so trudging through here. Maybe less than that, actually, because, you know, you've redoing the journey as you arrive back at the old Gloom Matron Gardens, which the Zuriel that were inhabiting it before the Illithid, all that is gone, and you can see it is much more alive now. You hear the sounds of people talking and conversations. As you head in, you see Jala, you see Rusty, who is there training with her, who is like working with a bunch of new recruits. You see people that you recognise from that final fight who all salute you and shake your hand and welcome you back in as you find some time alone with Jala. You spend some time there. Is there anything you particularly want to do within these moments here in the Gloom Matron Gardens?
I mean, I kind of just want to learn more about them and like what they do. Maybe like observe any fighting styles. Just kind of learn as much as I can.
Sure. So I say, because you're spending a lot of time there, you get to pick up on some of the stuff. So you know that you spend some time there, and in there learning and observing. Jala will talk your ear off about it if you let her.
Yeah.
Explains to you that the Gloom Matrons are a group of Zuriel women who have devoted themselves to the Prince of Gloom, Jalam, not Ozzy Osbourne. And,
they're all women.
They're all women. They're all women. It is, or at least it was, very difficult to join their ranks. However, in light of the current situation, things have been a bit more lenient. Though, regardless of that, they still must train hard and undergo quite deadly trials. There are many that she says to you that do not survive, but the reward is enhanced abilities and magical prowess. They don't consider Jalam a patron in any real regard, but almost as thanks for, she kind of says to you that supposedly he gave the original Gloom Matrons the knowledge that created the foundation of this group, the ability to mix magic and martial fighting. Some of them, some see them as like either clerics or paladins, but their magic does not come from faith. It comes from studying and hard work. It's almost as if they kind of see themselves fulfilling a contract in exchange for powerful magic, as opposed to anything else. And you kind of begin to learn a little bit more about Jalam and the faith that is within there, this kind of like neutral entity who both protects and also causes the death of all the denizens in the Underdark. Very chaotic and unpredictable. Perhaps something that it finds a little place in your heart. There are definitely places that kind of mix his worship with things like human sacrifice, but others are more like gifting food or sending members of their community to work on behalf of him, or things like this. Either way, they kind of view this. Their imagery of him is this large spider with many, many legs. And Rusty, whilst you're there, will likely tell you that he's seen him in dreams and feels there's a very acute connection to him.
Yeah.
And as you watch and learn, they kind of have more of like this... there's a couple of different styles in there. Some resemble marginally a little bit like Storm, in that it's kind of more of a dexterous-based slashes and jabs, and others are kind of more common fighting styles that you've probably seen above ground, even because they are very efficient and quick footwork sort of fighting styles. But you spend your time there and learn what you can, all the while continuing your Perlesian study, and as the months go by with that, you begin to feel a sense of basic fluidity, or fluidness, sorry, not fluidity, basic like fluidness of the language, and you now learn Perlesian.
That to my list of proficiencies.
Indeed. But with that, where are you going to next, Aria?
I think, yeah, so I definitely would have spent some time down there, and I would have come through on my favour to Jala, a wink, a nudge, fade to black, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Boo! Boo us! Boo you! Then kind of after that, I think having had the conversation with Girano, I would have very quickly swung by Ravenwood just to be like, yo, could you may chance track down that girl who I stole the identity of?
Sure.
Yeah. But then after that, yeah, I probably would have just headed back to Deep Bay and helped with the fixing up of the house.
All right.
Yeah, and
whilst you head back to Ravenwood, you're very likely to see Alistair there at some point. When you get back there, it's different. There is a large, almost like Gothic cathedral structure that is in that has been built in the Garden of Rest, and Alistair at this point is probably coming and going from the city. You know that he's returning to Davidton and coming back to Ravenwood every so often. I mean, you go to meet your parents. I mean, they would absolutely tell you they can try and track down the person that you're looking for. And Perchshed Manor remains in its current state, just how you'd left it as well.
yeah.
Alright. So you head back to Deep Bay for kind of the end of this, mostly kind of a year, I suppose. You've done a lot of travelling in this time as well. It's likely the longest portion here would have been travelling to Ravenwood, which I imagine would have required you to surface again travel by sea back towards Porta Minor and up towards Ravenwood, which in and of itself is likely to take maybe a month, maybe a little more. So as you go on that journey and eventually come back towards Ravenwood, I know we've only done one person and I have seen the time, however, ours is a little bit more broken up than other people's might be. So what I'm going to say is, because I have drunk basically a whole monster and a tea and some water, I need a wee.
I need to go.
So I'm going to say, let's take a very quick wee break. That's a no to you who want to take a long one. We'll take a wee break and then we'll come back and do whoever goes next. I know it's a bit of a weird session.
I like it.
Good then.
Welcome to Ferra Carta Recap, a new series recapping the adventures of Ferra Carta so far. Our adventure begins as a diverse group of strangers awake, chained together in a darkened cell. The last thing they remember is being knocked unconscious by hooded people. Among them is a human fighter, Kensei, a lizard folk druid, Thrisk, a human cleric, Alistair, an Aarakocra fighter, Gaiak, a human rogue, Aria, and a dragonborn ranger, Rusty. From beyond the cell, an ogre named Glutz taunts them, stating they are to fight in his salt mine arena. Left with no choice, the group are forced to fight against a pack of goblins to the applause of the crowd, using their skills to clutch victory. Rather than waiting to be forced into another fight, they stage a daring escape, during which they end up engaged with Glutz. In heroic maneuvers, they manage to slay him, but unfortunately, one of his hobgoblin henchmen, who is badly burned, slips away, but not before promising to have his revenge. Out in the open, the strangers waste no time making moves. They head west, towards a nearby river, hoping it will guide them to civilization. Along its banks, they find a torched watermill, inside the remains of a woman clutching a note. The note blames orcs for the attack and asks whoever finds it to rescue her son and return him to Sil City. Gaiak, using his flight, is able to spot the city on the horizon to the east, and so they set course. However, along their journey, they are encountered by a bounty hunter, Samuel Server, and his prisoner. They take refuge with the party around the campfire. Feeling polite for the prisoner, some of them allow him to go free while Samuel sleeps. The next morning, he is not pleased, and demands a recompense, or there'll be trouble. Rather than fight, they agree and pay him his dues. They part ways. A few days later into the journey, the party happen upon a roadside inn, the Miner's Flagon, being raided by orc. Confronting the raiding orc, they trace their origins back to the Wolfbane Woods. During this expedition, they are set upon by wild dogs, killing most of them, but Thrisk befriends one. The group name it Curry and continue to press on towards the orc. Finding their encampment, they investigate, but the orc know they were coming and ambush them. It's a bloody fight, but they manage to beat them. Among their possessions is a note from Korzor, asking them to capture people of their description. Caged within the encampment are many folk, including a young boy and a black-furred tabaxi by the name of Setting Stars. The two agree to head to the city with the party, as the others disperse back at the tavern. Along the remainder of the journey, Thrisk helps Gaiak grow a poppy through natural magic. After several days of travel, the stone walls of Sil City reach above them, their journey successful.
Ducadian, roll me another death save.
Yes.
Oh god.
If you roll just want to clarify before you click this.
I know,
if
I
he
roll
rolls a natural one,
dead.
he is dead. And we have not even gone inside the fucking place yet.
God. Oh, I forgot about the natural one.
Died with enough spirit experience to reach level 5, but not level 5 yet.
No! Come on, Dookie. That's 20.
Yeah.
Oh! No!
What the fuck? God! No! No! No way! Did that just happen?
No fucking way!
Oh my god! Dookie! Holy shit! Holy shit!
No way!
Oh, the fucking
No!
chances.
You might have heard of Sirenscape. It's the app that brings immersive sound effects and music to your tabletop role-playing games. It's being used on Critical Role and Glass Cannon Podcast and Dragons and Things. The app was designed specifically for game masters. It's simple to use and keeps your focus on the game. Let me show you. There are hundreds of locations and monsters in Sirenscape, but one of my favourites is the Red Dragon Battle. So, your players enter a sweet village. Everything is happy and peaceful. Everybody is going about their daily business. Nothing could possibly go wrong. But with a single click, The red dragon attacks. Epic music, screams, warning bells, the terrible roar of an angry dragon. All this plays without you having to lift a finger. That's it. You just play the game. All the work of creating an incredible, powerful, immersive movie-like environment is done for you. But if you want, you can do more. Here, you can start or stop individual elements of the sound design or make something louder or softer. For example, I love this music. Let's have more of it. Or not. Now, check this out. In your story, it was raining, but that's not a problem. Here, with the storm sound set, I can turn on heavy rain and thunder and lightning. Perfect. Now you can drench your players and burn them to a crisp. This is just one of the thousands of ways you can use the power of Sirenscape to enhance your game. You can download the Sirenscape Fantasy Player or Sci-Fi Player to try for free. Then you can buy sound sets individually one by one or subscribe to unlock everything. Join with thousands of other gamers and enhance your gaming experience today.
I'll be dropping you all off at the nearest civilized planet that is not Tatooine.
We will.
Welcome back.
Call him 4K, bitch.
I don't care. I'll do it again.
That's what we like to hear.
You're muted still.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's it. You're not even getting a chance to go now.
I know you would do.
We've just finished with Aria on your year-long plan here, so let's roll another dice and see who's going to end up being next. So a d6 again from someone, whoever wishes to do it.
Jay, roll one.
I'll roll. I'm ready.
Standby.
If it's a 1, re-roll it. 4.
That's me.
It was 4.
That's me.
That's
I'm 3.
Is it?
I'm 3, so
I'm 5.
Oh.
Fuck yeah!
A little miss at her now.
I think I'm 3, right? So it's at the top is L is 1.
This is gonna be a fucking fun one.
It was L was 1, Hayden's 2,
Yep.
I'm 3.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Works out.
Eridel, in your year, before you decide to leave the city, you find yourself having been called to Theodore's office. He wants to talk with you, and as you kind of head up towards his office and step inside, you can see he greets you, and he seems to have a nervous energy about him. When I say nervous, I mean he clearly wants to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. He finally does, and turns around to you. As of right now, your only claim to this land is here within city limits, which has granted you citizenship here, as well as the right to become a member of this council despite unfavorable discourse with your homeland. I am very acutely aware of your intentions to return there and usurp the throne from the king who killed your father. And believe me, I have no intentions to prevent that. However, you must know that the moment you reclaim your land, your lordship here will cease by default, and your commitment to the council will end. That said, should the Isles find themselves in a position of interest to join such an alliance, then your voice will once again be heard within these halls of decision-making. Takes a sip of his wine. To put things plainly, Eridel, I know that you desire your homeland's throne, and I know you are aware of the intent of this alliance to protect its borders at all costs. My question to you, Eridel, is what sort of leader will you be? I can say for certain that I have no wish to impose suffering on your people, and I'm certain nor do you. But should your decision be to keep things as they have been, then I'm afraid that little choice will be left for either side. And I think we both know, regardless of your prowess as a people, the combined naval forces of this alliance will be a great threat at least. Now please, I do not say this as a threat, but as a friend. Please do not force me to make that decision. But know that if you do, just as you have said before, I must think about my people first. That is what I have to say. I think we both know that this has been a long time coming.
I agree. Your words are intriguing, to say the least. It will take time, but I've come to the conclusion, and I trust that you keep this in secrecy because it would be a great threat to my claim to the throne were it ever to leave this room. But in returning to the Isles and seeing the world and the impact that the raids have on the rest of the coast, I see that it is perhaps an outdated practice. But it will take time. It is a fundamental part of our culture. I cannot simply ascend to the throne and command an entire nation who has been dedicated to war to simply stop.
No, you can see that he, has a sigh of relief upon you saying that, but there is obviously still tension there. It brings me relief to hear those words. Just to clarify, are you telling the truth?
I am.
Okay. So, I am relieved to hear those words. And believe me, I understand the notion of having to change the minds of people that you serve. I have done the same here over a period of nearly 2 decades. However, I cannot speak on behalf of the other nations. We are in a democratic situation now. Should there be a decision to declare war, I will have no choice but to engage in that.
Theodore, I understand your position in the council, and I would implore you to attempt to hold off the rest of the council members should the Isles not cease the raiding as quickly as they might have hoped, but not because of my people. Because I am quite confident that if we were to go to war, that you would lose. But I do not wish for this. I do not wish for more suffering. I wish to lead my people in peace and prosperity, and eventually join the Alliance.
You will forgive me, and I do not mean this in a... Well, perhaps I should not say this, but you certainly have your mother's tenacity and gall. I do believe that you truly believe you could achieve victory, and perhaps you could. But irregardless, there would be great bloodshed on both sides. I think we can certainly agree on that, regardless of who may or may not be a victor in this. I will do what I can to subside the council, but I cannot guarantee it forever. Perhaps by the... At the moment, things are not quite as tense. The raiding, I'm sure you are aware from our last meeting, has subsided substantially. I could tell that there was fear in your eyes that perhaps something drastic has happened there. But I think we both know that your nation is particularly hardy in these endeavors. It will survive, it will endure, I'm sure of it. But for now, at least, they're licking their wounds, which means we have a chance to propel and prosper now. And at the moment it is on the least of concerns to go to war immediately after just barely winning one.
Couldn't agree more.
I will do what I can. And before you go, might I say, your words just then, they were worthy of leadership. And he puts his hand out to shake.
You can see she's like a little bit choked up and she like shakes your hand. She doesn't say anything.
With that, the meeting comes to an end. Now, with little left in Deep Bay to do for you personally, it's time to leave. As you head north towards Dayford. Whether that be by ship or not, probably, you would imagine that would be the quickest way to get there. Otherwise you'd have to travel all the way to the Stronghold of Valor and teleport, and you might as well just sail to Dayford at that point.
Passing through the Stronghold of Valor, it's like, wait a minute, I know you from somewhere.
Well, I mean, the Stronghold was destroyed.
I can't get out.
So, you sail north, and just as you were told, there are no raids. You do not find trouble on your ship as you sail up towards Kingsport, and find yourself journeying north through the Western Duchies, which was the location that you had seen. And as those few weeks pass, travelling through the plains and fields of the hardy landscape of the Kingdom of Dayford, you find yourself once again coming to that destroyed factory. And there you see Aranon and Belinda. Your meeting is an interesting one. And they both kind of greet you, though Aranon certainly keeps a pace behind, and Belinda is more of a face of conversation here. As you begin to discuss the plans that you're about to enact, the vision that you had seen, together you're able to come to some sort of conclusion as to what these locations might be. You discover that that wintry landscape that you had seen is likely somewhere in Zaria, but the location is not known. Some sort of civilization there, though. You're told that another is likely the city of Akufon in Evertide, which is east of Old Midgard. One is quite clearly the landscape of Blackrock, though specific locations there were difficult to ascertain because of its distance. Another is quite clearly that of Tidalstead, south of the Restless Coast, near the Pearled Isles. Another is very obviously the Junelands, but again, due to its distance, the specific location was difficult to pinpoint. And finally, Belinda would most certainly inform you that ashy landscape you had seen was most definitely Demon's Touch, and even more likely to be the city of Blackgate. As you begin to debate on where it is that you'd like to look first over this period of a year? Belinda suggests hiring a ship to sail north around the frozen north and down towards Evertide, as a number of these locations were in short distances of each other in that sort of space, and to begin the search there. And so you do. You begin the sail northward, out from Dayferton, and through the icy caps. It takes a month or so to get through this very difficult series of waters. But eventually, you and Belinda feel something. You feel a presence reaching out. Though it's hard to really contact, it's less of a voice and more of a feeling of, or sensation. You arrive at a port in Evertide, and the feeling gets stronger as you begin to get closer towards this large city on the horizon. And eventually, you arrive in this very diverse city, a massive black pyramidic structure at its center, the one that you had seen in your vision. This is a Kufon. And many of the heraldry here is very familiar to you, as you've seen this symbol before on Alistair's shield.
Oh.
Oh no.
Following the presence through the city, it gets stronger as you approach a humble-looking home. And there inside, you meet with two very interesting individuals.
Oh no.
Introducing themselves to you as Kendall and Evelyn, mother and daughter, much like you and Belinda. You have found the first of your family. As Kendall introduces herself to you, it is so good to finally see others again. I've searched out for so long, so many years, and I thought everyone else had been killed. Belinda, it is so good. And you, what is your name? She looks down towards you, Eridel.
My name is Eridel. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you all these years.
Lonely. But I did have my daughters.
Daughters?
Yes. Evelyn here is but one. My others left the city some time ago.
Do you know where they went? Perhaps I should explain first. We are not simply here to reunite with you, but with as many as we can find. I can provide a safe haven for you all, should you choose to come with me.
Of course, I wish to rejoin with the family. It has been so long, so lonely.
Any idea where your daughters might have gone?
You can see Evelyn at this point sort of steps forward. Yes. The last we heard from them, they've decided to leave here and head south towards Moonvale. Wanted to make a life of their own, I suppose. Left me here with my mother alone.
And kind of give a glance at Belinda. We'll be heading to Saria next, I believe, but Moonvale's not too far from there. Would you accompany us on our journey?
Of course, we would love to travel as a group once again. You say that there is a haven. Where would this be?
An island to northeast, southwest, the west. Called the Drakenloft Isles. It is my kingdom. It was taken from me.
Kingdom? Yes, my daughter here is a ruler of this land.
I kind of give her a look like, shut up, Mom. And then turn back to Kendall and Evelyn. It's true. My home was taken from me along with my birthright. But I have no plans to give it up anytime soon. And I believe that we could be useful to each other.
Yes. Together we shall take this back, then. We shall aid you. That is what family is for.
There's a smile on her face that is a little bit uncomfortable, but anybody looking can see that it is a genuine smile of happiness and relief.
I'm gonna move you away from the Restless Coast now and onto that original map because it's kind of you're going
Here, there, and everywhere, yeah.
All the mountains and far away.
As you begin to travel east with your new companions, encroaching on the mountain range that separates Saria and Moonlight, you see that that I suppose actually what happens here is you kind of get closer towards that mountain range, and you know that there's a pathway that you can get through there. It is a treacherous journey beyond that point, and it'll take some time to find the path through and to do that. But as you're getting towards heading into Moonvale, you're kind of greeted by this beautiful landscape, and you don't get to see much of it on the roads here, the incredibly well-paved roads. You would have managed to kind of like get across the border, and as a group would certainly not have taken the normal way to get in through the protected borders with Moonvale and Evertide. They certainly would be very strict on things like that, and given your heritage, your mother certainly would caution a direct passing, and so you find a way to sneak up the border. As you're looking for that path up into Zaria, through the Mediterranean almost climate here, you find that one night, as you're resting, there's a sudden resurfacing of that presence. Now, when you've been in the vicinity of other psionics like yourself, you are feeling that kind of presence, but now it's suddenly back again, and it's much stronger than before. And immediately, like, you see Belinda and Kendall, immediately kind of get up and wield weapons made of psionic energy. You see them kind of summoning this power, as instinctively each of you there, you and Evelyn and even Aranon, kind of pulls out his, I was about to say pulls out his wand there. Of course he does. And you immediately see that this other pair of people kind of leap forward out from kind of an obscured area of bushes here where you've set up camp, wielding their own psionic abilities, and they kind of look threatening towards you as if they're trying to ambush you here, that you travellers on the road, trying to ambush you. But immediately Kendall kind of like diffuses her energy. I recognize this. Surely Raven, Robin. There's an immediate kind of shock and confusion here as everyone is like held at almost like a Mexican standoff. As the two people that have kind of ambushed you here release their own psionic weaponry. There's an awkward moment that passes before any real conversation begins. Joining you here, Raven and Robin, as Kendall introduces her two other daughters. Two of triplets, as they describe their kind of bringing up of taking a life of banditry here in Moonvale and using their psionic abilities for their own personal gain. Where is Lark? She kind of beseeches towards her children. He left. He was heading west to become some sort of pirate of his own making. Said that she didn't need her family. And there's a solemn look from Kendall there, as another two join your group. They greet you, introduce themselves, and conversations are had about your plans forward. As the one who spoke about Lark, who introduced herself as Raven, kind of walks towards you, arms crossed. So, what do we get out of joining you then?
What do you get out of it?
Yes.
I don't suppose your mother has told you much of what happened to them, do you?
Looks towards Kendall. I've been informed enough. Why?
They were stripped of their home. Abandoned and banished.
That's right, their home, not ours. I was never born there.
Raven, is it?
Yes.
Feel free to stay here and live out the rest of your miserable life as a thief. Getting into no more than petty squabbles and picking up pennies on the roadside. But in the meantime, me and the rest of your family are dedicated to a glorious purpose. If you wish to be left behind, that is your choice.
She looks towards Robin, who definitely has this kind of like almost like gothic energy. She just kind of like shrugs, like, Fine. We'll go along with you for now. But as soon as it becomes boring, we're leaving.
I shall endeavour to keep you entertained at all times.
And with two new people in your group, the journey continues. Finding that pathway through to Zarya, you follow up on numerous rumours here of those that could have psionic powers, and though kind of wording it gently, you hear of a rumour of a Sister 4 of Fortune, a group of quadruplets supposedly that are said to be able to tell the future. Your group finds itself within the market of a small, frosty town near the border with Moonvale. And as you head into this marketplace, you can see there's a large, almost like circus-like tent of colourful material that stands out. You can see a couple walking out, supposedly from within this tent. And as the flaps kind of float, you can see just barely within a kind of low fog within the room, a table with a crystal ball and two elvish-looking women. And as you step through, yourself and Belinda, the others making a decision that it might be overwhelming for all of you, this massive group, to step in immediately. These four elven women sit around this table in thick white furs and cloaks and coats, anything to keep them warm, and I presume at this point you've probably had to don that yourself because it is fucking cold here. It is freezing. As you step through, you can see they turn to you, and you see one of them in particular kind of rises up and you see they turn to you and talk. Hello. It is so good to finally see you. We have had a vision of a family reuniting. It is good to see you here. And she kind of presses a hand against her chest. I am Leog. And one by one goes round to each. Regalion, Ria, and Elwi. We are the Sisters Four of Fortune. And they kind of wait for your response.
Perhaps in your visions you might have seen the significance of this family.
Of course.
Do you see the future for yourselves? Or simply others?
We see what could be. A future depending on many different paths. But this one was certain.
Will you join us on this path?
We are destined to follow you. To reunite our great family and take back what is ours. We will join you.
What is on the cards for us? Can you tell?
A great victory.
No time to waste then.
Indeed, it would be so. But in order to seek our great victory, we must find our mother, Sherian. She is within Blackrock, to the east of here. We can grant you a vision of where to look.
I kind of like open my hands out like I'm ready.
Alright. As you open your hands out, you see they each kind of close their eyes and bend their heads, and you see this purple psionic energy emitting from each of them as it flows out like a wave of water from them towards you. You see a powerful and large city on the edge of a cliff. Not dissimilar to Deep Bay. A large tower, almost sort of Sauron style that reaches out at the heart of the city, above the rest of it, before the vision ends. And our brother, Apollo. He is in the Dunelands, last we know. He hated the Empire, sought to join the resistance there. He would be a great asset to our further investigation.
Never met a male psionic before.
He is a miracle.
So we'll head to Blackrock, then to the Dunelands, then to Demon's Touch.
Alright. As you begin to group with this new set of 4, your party is quite large now, as you begin to head back towards Moonvale so that you can find yourself heading over towards Blackrock. But after a few days of leaving the city, or the town there, you're setting up for one night, Aerodel, when a voice enters your mind. Aerodel, it is Marilla. You're required back at Deep Bay immediately. No time for questions. Get back as soon as you can. I'll be in contact with you soon.
Can I respond?
You can respond.
Unless you tell me what the urgent matter is, I have an urgent matter of my own to attend to, so unless it outweighs this, then I'm not coming back.
Alright. To send that response off. I am limited in spells, Aerodel. It is about Kensei. Return to Deep Bay at once!
Oh dear.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Is he dead? Or dying?
Am I dead?
There's no response.
You bastard.
That's cool.
She said she was limited on spells.
Wow.
Damn it.
Foreshadowing.
Ooh, I'm dead. I'm a huntress.
Bro, this is gonna be so cold, but I don't think she'd go back.
Alright.
Cool.
I don't think she'd go back.
I'm glad you're not going back. I want to know what's going to happen in the June.
Alright. Well,
She's too deep in this now. She's not bringing everybody
is
back to Deep Bay.
You are basically a year into your journey right now.
Right, okay. Oh shit.
I mean, if you're not going to go back,
Oh, you're a year.
this is the decision point, Maya. This is the decision point.
Oh, I was kind of hoping to go back to the Isles before then. Damn it.
Not sure. There's no way you're going to be able to travel all of Val'Aeria and get back to the
Yeah.
Isles in 1 year.
All right.
At this point, you see, kind of, I mean, you're very clearly having a bit of a crisis here, as Belinda kind of looks towards you. What is it? I can sense something's wrong.
Do you remember Arilla?
Yes, of course I do. That weird wizard who and your party associated with.
She's she sent me a message. I must return to Deep Bay as soon as possible.
Is that the case? What was it about?
An old companion of mine, Kensei.
Ah. Yes, I know the one. Did she explain why?
She did not. Apparently she was limited on spells.
How curious. Well, that's certainly interesting.
It is, but it's just come to my realization that we've been traveling for about a year.
Time does fly, doesn't it?
When you're having fun. I might ask a favor of you.
What might that be?
Continue our journey. Find the others. As soon as you possibly can.
These connections, Eridel, they will be the death of you. But as much as I have a distaste for your friends, I do acknowledge that they at least played a part in ensuring the survival of our home.
I'm putting you in charge for now.
You assume I already wasn't.
I'm gonna stand up. And I'm gonna kind of take a step closer to her. You forget your place, Mother.
Roll an intimidation check. You can do it with I thought this is still charisma. This is a force of personality.
Oh my god.
Can I give her advantage with the power of good vibes?
Just remember, you are not a queen yet.
Yet.
Your regality aside, I will do you this favor. We will continue searching. I'm sure there will be ships to the south of here. We're heading that direction anyway, and then you can part ways. Take a ship back towards the coast. You can rest assured that we will find the rest of our family, Imrita. We will keep in contact.
I will. Let me know when you get
Very
back to
well.
the Restless Coast. We can arrange a place to meet then.
Very well. And with that decision, heading back towards Moonvale, so that the others may go on towards Blackrock and find this additional person, you find yourself aboard a magnificent vessel. And it's interestingly diverse crew. Many sea elves and captained by a turtle, no less.
A what?
Sail. A turtle, a tortoise man.
Do I recognize him from a vision?
As you sail the better part of a month back towards Deep Bay. And that is where we will leave off with Eridel for now. I told you it's going to get a bit weird. So, who's next? Another D6, so 1 and 4 are gone.
I'll roll. I got the dice that Jack gave me for old Crimbo.
Hey. I rolled your Crimbo dice. That's what it was.
It's a 1.
It's a reroll. It's going to get a lot of reroll soon. As soon as we get down
just
to
do Aria's bit again.
It's
we could
4.
do 4.
Oh, that's Eridel.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh,
we've
it's doing my
literally
bit
just
again.
done that.
It's a 5.
God damn it.
So that's Zuko.
Zuko. Okay, interesting.
Sorry, I forgot I
All
cursed
right.
those dice, Sam. My apologies.
Sorry, I was just cleaning up a puddle of piss. That's
Oh no.
I had the dogs. I'm looking after the dogs.
Do you need us to be on to someone else while you clean
No,
your piss?
I've done it. It's all good.
All
This
right.
is clean.
I cleaned up the piss.
All right. So, Zuko.
Zuko.
Yes.
So, as the months have passed, much admin is set to be done in Deep Bay, both in the development of the fort and the constitution of the new coastal coalition, which remains in a very fragile state in its infancy. Whilst others in your group have other affairs to attend to, on behalf of Ferra Carta and as a councilman of your own right, you oversee the founding of this constitution as an unaffiliated voice. Its first draft denoting the union of the nations, free to set their own laws within the boundary of safety for all coastal citizens. Clauses for free trade, the sharing of technology, and cultural exchange all find their place within it. Bickering is common in these first few sessions. But as footing is found, negotiation becomes available. Soon into the forming of the council, another face takes seating at the table. Sindri. Recently brought on as the Prime Ambassador of the Golden Empire, a promotion he received for enlightening the folk of the Restless Coast. And an advisor to the coalition in foreign affairs. With no official voice, he simply acts as someone to offer insight without the political weight to actively make choices. One evening, Zuko, a meeting comes to a close. Discussion had been going on for nearly 10 hours with barely a break. All parties involved had something to say and a common ground has yet to be found. The topic of discussion: whether the coalition should accept the Golden Empire's request to have an ambassador / an overseer in each of the kingdom's government. It's been a heated debate, and you've found yourself at a bit of an impasse here. With the rest of Ferra Carta absent in the meeting, your decision could tip the balance either way. And as everyone dissolves for the evening, likely to return to this place tomorrow for another round of discussion, our Golden Empire Ambassador finds you and takes you to the side. Zuko, it is good to see you again. It has been some time since we've been able to discuss outside of political affairs.
To what do I owe the displeasure, Sindri?
As pleasant as always, Zuko. Well, I recall a time many months ago when you were all in need of something and I helped.
Remember this occasion. How could I forget the one time you have been helpful?
Oh, you are very vocal now, aren't you? Well, I'm calling in the favor.
Favor?
Yes. Now, I think that we both know that I do not have the weight to make decisions on this council. But I do have friends who do. Friends who would be very much indebted to me. Zuko. My favor is being called in. I simply desire your support on notions that I find myself with a particular interest in. And I'm sure I can expect your support on those.
And what would those be, Sindri?
Well, if they come up, I shall certainly tell you, but now that you mention it, there is one such topic. I will not bore you with any simple notions of or any persuasions. You will vote in favor of the Ambassador Initiative.
I guess I could just make you wait. That'd be funny. I understand that we owe you a favor, but I have no intention of being your puppet, Sindri. I'll think on this.
See that you think quickly before tomorrow's meeting, lest I find myself displeased with your answer.
I'm not in the business of pleasing you, or anyone for that matter.
I'm sure you will make the right decision.
I am too.
The smart decision. And he so graciously and politely bows to you and leaves Castle Deep Bay.
I just think to myself how much I dislike Sindri. Distaste he leaves in the room whenever he is present.
I think we all think that when Sindri's present.
I don't know.
So that evening goes
not funny.
by, and the next day comes round and a flurry of meetings take place again. Sindri all the while throughout, kind of glancing over towards you with interest and a sense of awaiting. Finally, another round of voting happens, and once again, you are at a standstill. There are certain nations that believe that the support of the Empire would aid in many different regards and certainly improve relations. Others believe it to be an infiltration refuse on it, and you are at a standstill. It is your vote that will make the difference.
So the implications of this vote being that the Golden Empire would have a lot more presence in the Restless Coast.
They would. They would have... The Ambassador Initiative would be that every nation, by law, will have a Golden Empire ambassador within their governing system. Doesn't mean that they have political power there, but it certainly means they have a presence there, and by extension, you can imagine, probably means that influence will take place.
They'll have their own Sindri.
Each nation would have its own Sindri.
When you put it like that...
But you also consider the ramifications of going against a called in favour. Despite how much you despise Sindri, it is impossible to ignore that had he not lent his hand and support, you almost certainly would have failed to get Deep Bay on your side.
And he did.
And by extension.
He did help during the invasion as well, right? He didn't just hide in his tower.
He did not hide in his tower, as far as you're aware. That's what you were told.
Didn't he really, though? Who told those stories? Sindri? But it was Sindri.
To my knowledge. Alright. I have, through much deliberation, come to a decision on the ongoing issue. This entire coalition's aim has been to bring an alliance together of the most powerful for the better of everyone. the Golden Empire is an asset, we would be foolish to completely turn them away. The ambassador program would be a good start.
Okay.
And he kind of just looks down like, oh, fuck.
I heard the guards
that-
laughing.
There's some grumbles from the side, particularly David and Voifort seem displeased with this. But the democracy holds true. And the vote passes. The law is now in motion.
I don't like making decisions now.
As the you're the one that stayed to do this. As you disperse from the meeting. By the way, enjoy this moment because you're going to get a lot more of them from time to time. Not just you, just everyone. Oh my god, I got a cough again. Alright. As it disperses, Sindri finds you again. I'm glad that you saw logic in my position. This will be a good thing for the coalition.
I hope.
Just remember to listen to my suggestions.
Your favor is done, Sindri.
I believe you are mistaken.
Then enlighten me.
My favor is a continued support.
Like I said, I intend not to be your puppet.
You call this puppetry. In reality, this is politics. Welcome.
Is there any other matter you wish to discuss, Sindri?
Not for now.
Then I will be on my way.
He just watches you leave.
Got to wash my mouth out. Just walk away from him.
Fucking hell. Zuko's grown some hair.
I just don't like this guy.
He's got a bush guard now. You go with those big balls.
Pardon me. So, with that moment done, more time begins to pass for you, Zuko, as the redecoration of the fort begins in full force. And the machinations of politics become a little mind-numbing. There's an itch that scratches the back of your mind, a desire to be part of something new, a passion project to lean into. With a project in mind, you find yourself once again with Theodore. A discussion to take place. As you kind of bring up your idea. Tell me, once again, Zuko, I feel like you're over-explaining it a little bit. Take me through it piece by piece. I'm clearly already excited about this. What was it again?
Like a theatre company.
I see.
I just feel like after the pretty rough patch the city and the coast has been through, a little bit of art and passion could be a good thing.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I cannot lie to you. Storm's project is taking a lot of money from the coffers right now, but I am willing to. I'm willing to fund the project. I do believe in it. But I also recommend looking for other investors as well. It will be important to do so. I think that something new in the arts will bring hope and passion back to the people after such a heartache of a year. I am inclined to agree with you, and I believe we should do this. So, theatre?
Yeah.
It was?
Yes, like a playhouse, yes.
Do you have a name for this theatre yet?
I'm still working on it, if I'm honest. Give me some time, perhaps.
Very well. Well, after the fighting in the city, I'm sure I can find somewhere. Somewhere in Arton, perhaps, that could make a suitable location for this.
Fantastic.
Very well. It is a deal. Congratulations, you are now a proprietor of a theatre, I suppose. We can iron out the details later.
Fantastic. Who is the best bard in the city?
The best bard? Well, I really could not tell you, Zuko, if I'm completely honest. There are many different musicians and artists here. If I were to make a suggestion to you, it would be to scour Arton yourself.
Little bit of town
See what takes your... Exactly. Precisely.
I can do that. Thank you very much.
Shakes your hand as the scene fades away, and now we find ourselves, months later, with more investors found from other noble families. Your title and name enough to persuade them. From both Deep Bay and Val'Aeria, this project begins. As the blueprints are created, so too does the construction of the playhouse begin, and this beacon of arts that will stand proud in Arton. But a theatre is just a building without any players. And so, during this time, you begin to track down this... to try and track down a group or some individuals that might fit your sort of, your vibe, your interest. And we focus in on one fateful night in a small bar in Arton, where the answer would come to you. As you're inside, grabbing yourself a drink here, you find yourself kind of sat near sat in like this very claustrophobic kind of bar, and as you're having yourself a nice drink, you can see a young half-elf woman strumming on a lute on a small stage in the corner of this very cramped room. And that, I suppose, is where I'll kind of like lean over towards you to see if there's anything you'd like to do in this moment.
I think Zuko just gets a little bit enthralled by the performance. Is it good? Is it sounding like his caliber, what he's looking for?
I mean, it certainly seems that way. I mean, people are nearby are enthralled by it, but generally speaking, I'm sorry about the music. Sirenscape is lagging on this Chromebook again.
I can hear like some jolly
Alright,
tavern
tunes. The whole
tunes.
thing down. It's frustrating sometimes. I don't get why it doesn't work. Yeah, you can see this this half-elf strumming there as you kind of look across and perhaps wait for the music to end, which it has done apparently.
Yeah, I think Zuko is going to wait until the very end of this performance. Then he's going to like watch the entire thing and wait for this individual to finish.
Sure. All right. As you wait for the music to finish, she eventually comes to an end of her last chord, places the lute down on the side, and someone from behind the bar kind of leans across and hands her like a tall glass of some kind of cocktail. She sips on it, then begins to just tune the lute again.
I'll approach next to them at the bar, place down a pouch with 50 gold inside.
Okay.
Your performance was beautiful. Slide it over.
Thank you. Takes the pouch, kind of opens it a little bit, looks inside. My, that's a lot of coin. Spending a lot tonight, are we?
Well, hopefully it's the first of many coins.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you think that I'm of that. Alright.
Why does this always happen to... No! I'm opening a theatre and I've got an eye out for exceptional talent, and you are the first that has caught my eye. Sorry, how rude.
see.
I am Prince Zuko, and what is your name, sorry?
Prince?
Yeah.
What exactly are you a prince of? Or is that just a name that you've given yourself?
It was a name given by my father. Perhaps more details to follow.
My, aren't you charismatic?
I try.
You're very familiar. You're one of those, You're one of those that saved the city, aren't you?
Save the world, but yes.
Very humble.
I jest, yes. My group, we are called Ferra Carta.
Well, it's very good to meet you, kind sir. I might just take you up on that offer. Might be that I've travelled here with some friends of my own. Originally we're from Moonvale, but with all the interesting work happening here in the city, why not be on the frontier of arts and interest? Many grand tales to tell here, and I have a feeling perhaps there might be one about yourself.
Just the attitude I was looking for. I would love to meet your friends. Are they as talented as you are?
Oh, in many different ways.
Good.
Tell me, are you the poetry sort?
I've dabbled. I'm not really a writer, more of a observer.
Ah, please, show me some of your work.
No. It just takes a big drink.
I jest.
I like to, think of myself as an enabler of the arts.
A patron.
Perhaps.
Well, Mr. Patron, I think I might have found something rather interesting. I think my group would be very interested in taking you up on your offer. Tell me, do you have a place of operation, a location, or is this for...
do.
And she kind of like looks you up and down, personal pleasure.
This is, I have a theatre in Alton, and, perhaps you could meet me there on the morrow. It is called, and I've thought of a name, the Blueprints Theatre.
Oh my god.
It's a good name, I gotta admit.
The Blueprints. You can't miss it. There's a big picture of me on the outside.
I thought that Aerodel was the narcissist.
You know, like the pub signs that hang on the fucking... There's one, and it's just a portrait of Zuko.
Well. I do like a man who knows his worth.
Well, this is a bit of a self-indulgent endeavour, I admit.
I accept this proposal of yours, and your rather heavy coin purse, but rather rude of you not to buy a lady a drink.
Well, I just turn to the barkeeper immediately. The same again?
You must get something for yourself.
2 of the same again.
And as you have a drink and converse with this individual who introduces herself as Val to you, you have a night of talk and discussion about what's to come. And indeed, you do meet the next day, and the interesting troupe from the halfling twins, the strange turtle with bagpipes through his shell, the Goliath and dwarf, who all kind of meet you and are very keen to work with you as you discuss matters within the newly furnished war room, which is really, it is a war room, I guess, but also the grand meeting chamber in your fortress. And as the discussion goes on, the theatre finishes its construction as the studio rooms inside begin to bear witness to the first beginnings of whatever pieces are beginning to be created by you and your theatre company. So, Zuko, what exactly are they working on as you work with them here?
So the plan is for this to be an epic tale of Ferra Carta's battle against the Illithid forces, and all of the steps along the way that took, that covered the infighting, the travelling, the the months in the Underdark, and it is just a true epic. And all the casters in the group making full use of their illusion magic and their, all of the spicy additions you can make with that kind of flair. And yeah, I'm hoping it's.
Please tell me that it's like that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where they.
Yes. Yes.
Where they recount.
Zuko is played by a girl.
Yeah.
Ken says that mask keeps falling off the actor.
And Arya, and Eredale is played by like this massive butch Goliath.
Oh, dear.
I love it. So, as you go through the period of telling this story with this group, you work very closely with them, going on to form new, lasting friendships with these actors, which he did not expect to connect with. Because Zuko's a self-insert. No one getting the reference there.
It's me and you guys.
Mitch coming into a group with a bunch of... Never mind, forget it.
It's you guys. Oh no.
But with that...
I have a pizza in the oven.
Oh no. That's alright, because we're actually wrapping up with Zuko right there.
Wait, Mitch, you haven't been here since the beginning? I thought you were just like always here.
So, what number did we roll for Zuko?
5. I was 5.
Right.
Yeah, 5.
So
1, 4, and 5 are out.
So 1, 4, and 5. So if I missed a number here, oh yeah, because Ken says it's going to be at the end. So, so it's 2, 3, and 6 still. All right. So what we're going to do is, just because we're heading up to 7, we'll take another very quick toilet break, so that we can go to the toilet and then come back and continue on to see who will be next. All right. See you in a few minutes.
Welcome to Ferra Carta Recap, a new series recapping the adventures of Ferra Carta so far. Our adventure begins as a diverse group of strangers awake, chained together in a darkened cell. The last thing they remember is being knocked unconscious by hooded people. Among them is a human fighter, Kensei, a lizard folk druid, Thrisk, a human cleric, Alistair, an Aarakocra fighter, Gaiak, a human rogue, Arya, and a dragonborn ranger, Rusty. From beyond the cell, an ogre named Glutz taunts them, stating they are to fight in his salt mine arena. Left with no choice, the group are forced to fight against a pack of goblins to the applause of the crowd, using their skills to clutch victory. Rather than waiting to be forced into another fight, they stage a daring escape, during which they end up engaged with Glutz. In heroic maneuvers, they manage to slay him, but unfortunately, one of his hobgoblin henchmen, who is badly burned, slips away, but not before promising to have his revenge. Out in the open, the strangers waste no time making moves. They head west, towards a nearby river, hoping it will guide them to civilization. Along its banks, they find a torched watermill. Inside, the remains of a woman clutching a note. The note blames orcs for the attack and asks whoever finds it to rescue her son and return him to Sil City. Gaiak, using his flight, is able to spot the city on the horizon to the east, and so they set course. However, along their journey, they are encountered by a bounty hunter, Samuel Server, and his prisoner. They take refuge with the party around the campfire. Feeling polite for the prisoner, some of them allow him to go free while Samuel sleeps. The next morning, he is not pleased, and demands a recompense, or there'll be trouble. Rather than fight, they agree and pay him his dues. They part ways. A few days later into the journey, the party happen upon a roadside inn, the Miner's Flagon, being raided by orc. Confronting the raiding orc, they trace their origins back to the Wolfbane Woods. During this expedition, they are set upon by wild dogs, killing most of them, but Thrisk befriends one. The group name it Curry and continue to press on towards the orc. Finding their encampment, they investigate, but the orc know they were coming and ambush them. It's a bloody fight, but they manage to beat them. Among their possessions is a note from Korzor, asking them to capture people of their description. Caged within the encampment are many folk, including a young boy and a black-furred tabaxi by the name of Setting Stars. The two agree to head to the city with the party, as the others disperse back at the tavern. Along the remainder of the journey, Thrisk helps Gaiak grow a poppy through natural magic. After several days of travel, the stone walls of Sil City reach above them, their journey successful.
Ducadian, roll me another death save.
Yes.
Oh god.
If you rolled an, just want to clarify before you click this.
I know,
if
I
he
roll
rolls a natural one,
dead.
he is dead, like dead. And we have not even gone inside the fucking place yet.
God. Oh, I forgot about the natural one.
Died with enough spirit experience to reach level 5, but not level 5 yet.
No! Come on, Dookie. That's 20.
Yeah.
Oh! No!
What the fuck? God! No! No! No way! Did that just happen?
No fucking way!
Oh my god! Dookie! Holy shit! Holy shit!
No way!
What are the fucking
No!
chances?
You might have heard of Sirenscape. It's the app that brings immersive sound effects and music to your tabletop role-playing games. It's being used on Critical Role and Glass Cannon Podcast and Dragons and Things. The app was designed specifically for game masters. It's simple to use and keeps your focus on the game. Let me show you. There are hundreds of locations and monsters in Sirenscape, but one of my favorites is the Red Dragon Battle. So, your players enter a sweet village. Everything is happy and peaceful. Everybody is going about their daily business. Nothing could possibly go wrong. But with a single click, the Red Dragon attacks. Epic music, screams, warning bells, the terrible roar of an angry dragon. All this plays without you having to lift a finger. That's it. You just play the game. All the work of creating an incredible, powerful, immersive movie-like environment is done for you. But if you want, you can do more. Here, you can start or stop individual elements of the sound design or make something louder or softer. For example, I love this music. Let's have more of it. Or not. Now, check this out. In your story, it was raining, but that's not a problem. Here, with the storm sound set, I can turn on heavy rain and thunder and lightning. Perfect. Now you can drench your players and burn them to a crisp. This is just one of the thousands of ways you can use the power of Sirenscape to enhance your game. You can download the Sirenscape Fantasy Player or Sci-Fi Player to try for free. Then you can buy sound sets individually one by one or subscribe to unlock everything. Join with thousands of other gamers and enhance your gaming experience today.
I'll be dropping you all off at the nearest civilized planet that is not Tatooine.
We will return to Tatooine.
Yeah, we are going to Tatooine.
We are going back to Tatooine.
Feel free to jump in a pod and jump down, but I ain't going back to Tatooine.
No, I'm not going back either.
Oh, we shall going, and Misha pull out lightsaber.
Well, I would listen to him.
Now there's the Jedi. DC is 5, and I am rolling to see whether or not you'll come back. You have to get a 5 or higher.
You can't die after that speech from Arya.
6.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
The gold speckles of radiant kind of soak through, and a moment passes. And a moment passes. An inhale of air fills Gayak's lungs.
I give him a
Gayak.
massive hug.
Before you wake up, your eyes open in a forest that extends beyond your vision in all directions. You're lying in a shallow pond, a drip of water dripping off of a leaf, just dripping onto your head. There is this kind of blue and green mist that rolls gently off the ground, covering most of the foliage. And this bright pink sky above, almost like perpetual twilight. You sit up and see a white stag between two trees, watching. You feel compelled to stand, ankle deep in this small pond of water, in a tiny...
Hello and welcome back. So, where we left off, we've done a couple of the year journeys for a couple of people there. Arya, Eridel, Zuko. Is that everyone? 3,
Yep.
yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we once again find ourselves coming to the roll of chance, and I'd like you to roll a d4. Alright, I've readjusted, so Hayden you're 1, Jay you're 2, Sam you're 3.
Can I roll it?
And a 4 will be a reroll. Please do,
I've
go
got
ahead.
a D4 here.
You got D4 ready?
Let's see which one I pull out of the bag. It's this little saucy red number.
Oh, saucy.
Yeah.
And I've rolled it on the floor, so I'm going to choose a new one. It's this, this
saucy gal.
strong jaw dice.
Oh, very strong jaw.
And it's number 4. Is that a reroll, sir?
It is indeed a reroll.
It's 1.
1,
Oh.
so that will be Hayden.
You did say it was going to be Hayden.
You did
mate.
say that. You predicted that
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah. Alright, so Alistair, we turn to you and your time during these 4 seasons. So, in the weeks that follow the rebuild here, Alistair, you remain in Deep Bay. You begin to search the libraries and bookstores for anything that could possibly pertain to the knowledge that you seek. But it comes to no avail. With little to go on, you find yourself meeting with High Lord Theodore. Well, I can certainly try to find it, but it would be very difficult. It is possible that other texts exist beyond the coast, where it is more common. I'll touch base with some contacts that I have there, and some new ones. See what can be done. How do you feel about this?
Whatever information you can find would very much be helpful in any way possible.
Very well.
It's important to me.
Okay. It will cost you. I can ask and then inform you, and you can make a decision from there.
Very well.
And so your meeting with Theodore then comes to an end. About a week goes by before you find yourself there again. I did make some contacts, but as predicted, such an artifact is rare and difficult to get hands on, but I do know someone who is a collector of sorts and might be able to part with theirs. But they will not do so for less than, I suppose, our equivalent of around 100 gold pieces.
100 gold pieces.
Yes.
I am very much willing to pay that. How do I go about this transaction? Do I give the money to you? You go to them?
Yes,
Or
if
is an
you,
informant to them?
I will be acting as a middleman here. If you pay the money to me, I will send it to them.
Very well. Give him a little satchel with the 100 gold pieces in. And
okay.
Thank you for finding that for me. It's going to be very much a help.
It is the least I can do. And with that, you await. It's months before it arrives. But, in time, there is a knock at the door of the fortress, which at this point is in the middle of its refurbishment. It's a delivery from the High Lord himself. Within this well-sealed crate is a packaged book, and unwrapping it reveals a black leather tome, massive, the size of even the first Bible. Even like, it's a huge book. It's embossed with swirls that resemble smoke, and the recognizable symbol of the two scythes and a set of skeletal wings. This is a book of Akufa. Within its pages, history, rituals, and worship to the Harbinger of Death, outlined by the mysterious work known as the Harbingers. As soon as this book is in your possession, you spend every waking moment poring through its pages, copying information, forgetting to eat and sleep. As you lock yourself away, those of you that are still in the city likely begin to speculate on Alistair's sanity, that perhaps the battle with the Illithid may have changed him in some way, as he hides himself away in his room for many hours, if not all the time. With the passing of months with the book in your possession, your work is seemingly complete, and it's time to leave Deep Bay. Setting sail north to Val'Aeria, you travel east towards Ravenwood. And at this point, based on how much time has passed, it's likely that Arya will be here at this point. As you arrive in Ravenwood, Arya, your old friend that you've not seen for probably just over half a year now, returns. And there's perhaps a warm welcoming. I don't know how you guys would feel about each other at this point.
Sure. I mean, if I saw him, I'd be like, yo, what's up, Alistair?
Alistair looks very disheveled, like he hasn't slept in days, like deep bags under his eyes, hood up, sort of a hunched walk. And when he hears you, he's, oh, Arya, how are you? I didn't expect to see you here, even though this is your home. Yes.
Are you alright? You look a little bit.
Yes, yes. Just rough travels on the sea. You know.
Yes. I've had plenty of those. How come you are here? What brings you here?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I sort of look around. Are people listening to our conversation?
Yeah, I'll do that as well.
I mean, it depends on where you meet. We'll assume that maybe. I mean, would you have gone to the Ravenwood estate to see if Arya was there? Depends on like what you'd want to do.
I would have first of all gone to the chapel, and then gone to the Ravenwood estate after.
Sure. So we'll say that you've already been there and kind of seen what's transpired there, and you would have seen the large structure that is currently been constructed. This massive temple, tall Gothic spires, a field of graves that you had seen being tended to by, well, your previous cult members, who have definitely doffed their cultish attire now at this point.
I don't. You've probably noticed the big chapel. Have you not?
Pretty cool looking, don't you think?
Yes. Well, it's former cult members of. So, tap my arm. They're no longer a part of it. They are the ones I was able to rescue from inner circle, I should say. Yes, they helped with like the Illithid invasion. They helped protect the city, and they're sort of setting up base here. And then I take out the massive fucking book and sort of just put it down.
It's big.
This, you can see it's like got illustrated. It's got like, you know, when you like mark books, like circle things and have like paper sticking out. That's what it looks like now.
Oh wow.
This is what Yukufa is how. This is how he's meant to be worshipped. Not how the cult is. This is everything that needs. That should be called upon. And you can see like he's like shaking, like his words are like coming out shaky. Like he is very fucking all there at the moment, whether that be lack of sleep or anything.
Are you alright? Do you want to come in and sit down?
No, I I actually need to get back to work. I don't know how long they've been in the cult for. Some of them might be years, some of them might be months, but well, if it's anything like what happened to me, I want to help them before. Well, you know what I was like before we met. I don't want that to happen to anyone else, so I need to get going. But it was nice seeing you. Yes, it's very nice seeing you. You look well.
Say the same.
Yes. Well, hopefully in the coming days I can actually get some sleep.
Please, find time for it.
How long have you been here for, if you don't mind me asking?
Not that long. I'm not staying long either. I just came to talk to my parents.
Are they doing well?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, yeah. My father's much better now.
Is
We're calling him
everything
now.
okay? Yes, I was going to say, is everything okay with Mayfly, or is that what you still call him, or?
I mean, they are both my father in a way. One was just there a little more than the other. So I guess both are accurate. They're both doing well, as far as I know.
And you?
I'm finding my way. Been a weird time for all of us, but I'm finding my way.
I could say the same. And if we're sitting down, Alistair sort of gets up, puts a hand on Arya's shoulder. And for the moment where he rests his hand on his shoulder, the shaking sort of just stops. Thank you, Arya, for everything. And pat the shoulder, and then, well, better be off. They won't teach themselves. Sort of goes away.
You sure you don't want any help?
I'm fine for now. If I do, I can contact you and everyone else. I have spells. He says as he's walking away.
Arya so would have followed him. So would have followed him.
I mean, you have ridiculous self-light. You could probably do it.
Mm-hmm.
So you track Alistair as he heads, I presume, down towards the church, the new temple.
Cue the Metal Gear Solid sneaking music.
Arriving at this new site again, after only having briefly visited there, Zinnia, who was away during your initial visit here in the city, has been notified of your return and immediately comes to join you out in the gardens. You can see where the other members have been tending to the graves here as she comes out to join you. Alistair, it's so...
Just give her a hug.
It is good. Oh. She's kind of shocked, but kind of places her hands around and gently hugs you back. I'm glad to see you alive and well.
Same for you.
I never got to thank you properly for warning us and giving us a chance to leave. It's likely if you hadn't, we would all be in a cell somewhere now.
Well, if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't have, or I wouldn't have had the confidence to turn them in. If that's the right word to say, I'm not sure.
You did what you believed was right, and if what you say is true, then I have little to say but that I agree.
Yes, saying that, and I take out the massive book.
What is this?
This is the truth. This is what Yukufa is. This is about how people worship. They call themselves the Harbingers.
The Harbingers?
Yes, it's... Yukufa's not... If I remember correctly, I haven't slept a while, but if I remember correctly, Yukufa isn't one who collects the souls for his own power. No, he tends to them and helps them to the afterlife. He doesn't get his powers from consuming souls, he gets his power from helping them.
That is so different to what Chain had taught us.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why it was a good thing.
Yes.
That we turned them in and you got these here.
Well, that is thanks to you.
And you as well.
Have a place, a home now because of that. I appreciate your kind words. Honestly, when we arrived here, I was unsure if we would be able to stay. There were many that looked at us with skepticism. Apparently, some sort of tragedy had taken place here, and many were skeptical about us, but when the monsters attacked and the city was overwhelmed, we decided to use our powers for good and help push them back. And it felt good, Alistair. It felt really good.
So put my hand on the book, and we can do some more good as well. Start mending all that we've done wrong. Start anew.
She cups your hand on top of the book. Then there's no time to waste. Let us begin.
And I go in and I show her through all the book and all the annotations that I've made and everything, and all my other notes and notebooks that I've spent my time doing.
Absolutely. As you begin this process once again, taking her through everything, you spend the next few months here, revealing what had been learned from the book. And the new members here see value in this mode of worship, seeing a better way, and whether it be surprising or not, they lean into it.
Do I know any of them by any chance or not?
I mean, they would be kind of people that you've seen around. Some of them would be new faces, others would be those which you would, have met.
But not on like a personal level, no.
I suppose not necessarily on a personal level. The kind of like core group that I mean, maybe, but like most of the group that you knew were ones that were either arrested or escaped. But once what has initially needed to be taught here is done, it's time to move on. Using the Druid circles, journeying from Dayferton to Ravenwood or vice versa takes only days, not weeks. And heading towards the nearest one, the 6th circle, your personal assistants there, though they are hesitant to kind of let you use their circles, they certainly do allow you to, for they know you personally. As you arrive in the metropolis that is Dayferton, things are different. The city has a different air to it. That overwhelming patriotism feels diminished, and the city is far less guarded than it was before. The watch that act as a policing force here, that are set aside from the actual army garrison, are withered, and they are a fraction of their former self. The more time you spend here, the more you learn that things are not well in Dayford. Civil disputes have arisen from the eastern duchies, and the forces have been put on high alert. Avoiding your parents for your time here, the next few months see you moving between Ravenwood, where you teach, and back here, helping to rebuild the city, which is, it again just feels very different. And it is necessary to rebuild here, for the destruction was incredible. You spend some time heading out a day's journey towards what had been referred to as the Gorge, the massive, giant hole that tunnels directly down towards the Underdark, which has been set up with very similar to sort of the Witchwood area, like watchtowers and walls and all sorts of forces have been placed on this entrance that descends downwards. And you get the opportunity to look down, and despite your superior ability to see in the dark, it extends far beyond that, to the point in which dropping a pebble down here, it would never hit the bottom or at least you would never hear it hit the bottom.
If a pebble falls into the
So
Underdark,
tempted to
and no one's
fall my
around
way
to hear
down.
it.
Alright, we're not going to talk about phenomenology. Or
Phenomenology.
Phenomenology, there we go.
If you toss an Alistair into the gorge and it falls to the bottom, does it make a sound?
As the year closes in, before actually that, Alistair, is anything you'd like to have a chance to roleplay here within this time period in Dayford?
Meeting my sister, then meeting up with my friends if they are still alive.
Alright. As you kind of spend some time here in the city, you do meet up with your sister, who, you know, quite obviously will be happy to see you. I would say there we go. As you meet up with her, perhaps further out into the city, as to avoid your home, you find yourself here with a strange welcoming presence, but also like people know that you're technically excommunicated, but at the same time you're literally a councilman on the Coastal Coalition, which is in full force right now. And certainly you would be aware of some of the changes that have transpired. You know there is an Imperium Golden Empire ambassador that is currently now living in Dayford, which is the talk of the town at the moment, recently arrived. As you meet up with your sister, as she sees you, she runs over, kind of the cloak up to kind of hide herself, grips onto you outside in an alley near one of the many taverns here in the city, and like pulls away. I'm so glad I can see you again. I thought that when you left it would be the last time that we would see each other, and then the attack came and I thought everything was done for, but I never stopped believing in you, Alistair. I never stopped. I knew you'd save us. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's good to hear. As well, I'm not the only one who saved you. It's everyone. My friends and even the people that helped defend the city. It's not just me.
Well, my thanks to all of them.
How is everything back at home?
Well, Father is furious about your new position.
Daddy mad.
Did he have any choice words?
Down
Or...
on your... none that I care to repeat. But suffice to say, I don't think you'll be welcome home for quite a long time.
Technically got two new homes now, so I guess that's fine.
Well, I hope you won't forget me.
Well, you can come and visit, and don't worry, I'll definitely be visiting Dayford more regularly than I have in the past year or so.
Well, hopefully any sort of war will not stop us from seeing each other.
It's a joke, right? You're making a joke about a war.
You've not heard.
What?
The Eastern Duchies, they're up in arms. They want to claim independence from the rest of the kingdom. They refuse to acknowledge the validity of the council and the coalition, and therefore are threatening civil war, Alistair.
And what has the king done about this?
Well, I'm not sure how much there is that he can do. The rebuilding was so great, and then the arrangements were made so quickly that there was little chance to really formulate much of a diplomatic strategy. I'm not on his council, Alistair. I can't tell you what was going through his mind, but...
Yes. Sorry, it's force of habit. Sorry, I'm
You
sure
look
it'll be
exhausted.
fine.
What have you been doing?
Not sleeping.
Man, I could tell you that.
No, it's... You know about... And sort of pat my arm where I showed her the branding.
Yes.
I've found the proper way in which he's meant to be worshipped. And I've helped some people who have escaped and wish to learn the proper way. I've been teaching them.
The classic Alistair, always helping others.
Well, if I can make one person not turn out like me, or like I was, it'll definitely be a help.
Well, I'm proud of you.
At least one of the accent is. So, friends, Otis, like, where? How is everyone? Felix.
She kind of like tucks her head away and kind of looks down. You can see there's a mood shift there. I'm so sorry, I forgot that you weren't here. It's been months for us.
What's happened?
I did right, but Otto didn't make it. The first wave of attacks, he was drafted, and well, I'm sure you can imagine. Everyone else is alive and well. Felix even. Not Fenlix, that's a different person. Felix.
Felix too?
Felix took a pretty nasty wound, but made it.
Daisy?
Alive and well. As is Sarah. Sorry,
I want to meet up with them, but no, it's fine.
I'll be honest, we've not.
I've gathered you haven't really had time to meet up.
Well, it's not always that. After Robin, it was the same thing. It feels weird to me without them there.
Maybe not now, but I do have some time to kill. I'll be traveling for David and Ravenwood. Maybe after everything is sort of settled down, we can all meet again. I know you said it's not the same without them, but do you really think those two would want us sitting alone in our houses, sulking over them?
That is true.
So I'll just put my hand, like, on her cheek.
She looks up towards you.
we will get through this. Sort of just bring her in for a hug. Everything is fine now.
She hugs you back. And with that hug, any time that you spend with her in this short moment, you have time, as you said, to kill here as you travel back and forth between the two locations. And during these few months, eventually, as it closes in on the year before what happens next, you talk with Anna and arrange a meeting as you will find each other again, and as a group exchange some somber moments, recount some stories about Otto and Robin even, and find solace in each other before you disappear. Whether or not, as groups, you've been trying to keep in contact, in this instance doesn't matter. Alistair goes off the radar. No one has heard from him for about a month or so. As you search, trying to find any clues or leads on those missing cult members, but there is nothing. The only breadcrumbs that remain lead you south of Dayferton towards Kingsport, but from there the trail goes cold. The last thing you find out is that they apparently met with some sort of foreign dignitary before vanishing from the city altogether. All of them. And in that final month, perhaps, with finding what you can, would you return to Deep Bay? Or would you do something else? How does Alistair finish the end of these 4 seasons gone?
It's always been in the back of his mind that whether we were prepared for the elephant invasion or not, we very barely made it past the fight. And knowing that, whether that be what the great brain said before it died or something more personal to him, he knows that the next conflict that he faces or Ferra Carta will face is going to be much more powerful. And it's eating away at him knowing that will they be strong enough to face it after what has happened, after seeing the destruction of his home and Ravenwood. And that's when he feels a pull, a power source that he has forbidden himself from touching. As he reaches into his bag and pulls out the book. The evil book. He knows that in this book lies a power. Whether it be good or bad, a power that they may need in the future. And he starts to read it. Trying to get the power within.
So,
how many Sauron?
You little fucker.
Now, the thing is, you
sorry.
could indefinitely read from this book. So rather than make you do the rolls, if you spend enough time doing this, by the sake of RNG, you will eventually succeed. So rather than make you roll a bunch of times to see if it
Yeah.
happens within a certain time frame, I'm going to assume that you try and try and try, and it is
He
painful.
will be
You
doing
feel that
it.
burning thing in your mind, but eventually you find connection with something. I'm going to ask you to roll me a d12.
I'm going to do it secretly as well.
You little bugger.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to send you something on Roll20.
Alright.
It's gonna
Would
grow.
you like me,
Drop dead immediately.
Ewan, would you like me to do the Sauron whisper sound effects in the microphone? While you're doing it?
Please do, yes.
Give me 1 second.
We need to get a chorus going.
Is it just me who thinks this is kind of hot?
I know.
When can I whisper in my ear? Is
Dark
it
Lord whispering in my ear.
Yes.
Alistair, that is what you gain from the book. So you gain some arcane knowledge.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Can I have my turn with the book next?
Then as you do, you watch the page burn as that piece of knowledge no longer exists in there. There's some great stuff in there. I wish you guys used it more.
Yeah, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? That would have been great.
So, with that,
Hello. Am I back?
yes, you are.
Hello. Sorry. I just crashed out. Yep. Did you say anything after? I heard the page burns. That's where.
Oh, the page burns as the knowledge is lost from the book. And you gain that arcane knowledge. After that, does Alistair return to Deep Bay?
Does he get the message from Arilla?
I mean, that's why I'm kind of asking you. If you're not, if you've not returned to Deep Bay by that time, you would receive a message, and it would be from Arilla.
Yeah, he would keep on.
Alistair, it's about Kensei. We need to meet in Deep Bay at once. Something important.
Yes. Yes, I'll be there in a sec. And I start making my way to Deep Bay.
Alright. And with that, we move on. We only have 2 people to roll for now, so it's basically coin toss.
Coin costs?
Coin toss.
Coin cost.
I love a coin
What did I just say? Did I say a coin toss?
Coin
Yeah.
toss.
What it's called.
Coin toss.
It's the new glue blow.
Oh shit! No, it's always been called a twin.
Also naturally too, I believe.
a toin cost. That is what it is
Oh,
now.
it's been like black
Quick
milk.
coin cost.
Yeah. Remember, guys. So just to double check, Alistair, make sure that you have taken away 100 gold coins from your
Toins.
How many? We didn't address this. How many gold coins can I add to mine? What we say?
Yeah,
A cool 10k platinum from the investors.
All that money's gone into investing, you little fucking.
I would have siphoned off some.
That's literally. Are you making a Kickstarter then cancelling the
Guys,
project?
I'm committing tax fraud. Is what I'm doing.
All right, basically, right. Okay.
I'm being a proper politician.
Roll for tax.
Roll for tax.
18.
18. Oh, brilliant! Now you get 50 million.
Yeah, let's go.
Yay.
Clip it. You can't clip it.
So, who wants to flip the coin?
Who's got a coin?
I do have a coin. I have an Entei coin.
Go on.
that's a good
Alright,
idea.
go on.
Entei.
Who's heads, who's tails?
Tails,
me.
because I'm a cat.
Okay, tails never fails.
Tails never fails, and tails because I'm a tabaxi. It just makes
Tails
sense.
never fails, baby.
It is the heads.
Oh!
So we go with Gaiac.
Which means I need,
Or
to send a,
tails.
I need to send a meme.
Send a meme.
There we go.
It's
Here
meantime.
So this could be a longer one, so let's push on with this one.
Alright.
So Gaiac.
God.
Not long after everyone else has begun to depart, you and Rai leave Deep Bay
Mm-hmm.
and begin to soar above the lands below. Passing through clouds, over fields, towns, hills, and mountains. From above, there are no borders, just stretches of natural land, reminding of the very artificial construct that is territorial politics. Below, Bellinor flows over, a healing country, fresh from multiple acts of bloodshed. Exactly what will become of this country, only time can tell. But from up here, it's peaceful. It's quiet. Well, I guess we know what the arcane knowledge was now.
Lol.
Shit! Ignore that. Ignore that.
That's kind of fitting, because isn't that what fucked Arya? What took her to the abyss? That's so thin.
Ignore it. Ignore it.
So,
It's fine.
that aside, sorry, that's really taking me out. So, you're flying over Bellinor. The winds have their dangers as you approach the Grey Spine Mountains, and a pang of fear grips you as you recall the last time you pushed over ranges this high. But with your sister by your side, always an ear to listen, and a talon to hold, you make it across. Once the fear fades, the exhilaration of the flight kicks in. The new strange air currents, the need to adapt to airflows and rises. It's hard not to laugh from joy at the sense of freedom. You're no longer tied to the ground. You're free. As the weeks pass of flying over the mountains come to a close, you share many nights of storytelling inside windswept caves. An ominous sight awaits you now. An impossible landscape beneath, shrouded in fog. So thick as to completely obscure the land below. Even the moments of flying above give pause, and so you divert entirely. You recall the story told to you by Brenna, now undoubtedly true. And so close to the lands you've been protecting, it's a reminder of what could have happened if you had failed in your quest. Another pang of shame and guilt, and that thrill vanishes. During one night, Rai picks up on your change of mood. Kayak? Are you okay?
Yes, Midgard, the mist that we flew over is Midgard. I heard the story from I guess I could call her a friend. When we were in the stronghold of Valor, I met a orc called Brenna. She told me the story of Midgard. It was where she grew up, and I can't help but feel guilty for what happened there. She could be dead, and it...
You can't control everything.
No, I understand. I'm coming to terms with that. It's just another thing on the list of moments when I feel like people have died because of my actions.
I know we talked about this when we were still in Deep Bay. However you feel about your final encounter, your friends were there with a chance to defeat it because you gave them that chance. You saved a lot of people, Kayak.
Yes, I think that's one reason why I stayed and helped. I would like to save people instead of causing any more death.
Well, there's plenty of time to think on it.
Whereabouts are we in our journey at the moment, by the way?
At this point, you've flown past Midgard, and are currently sort of crossing the kind of the woodland that leads down towards Shyland, so that you can like fly back up towards the tips of Moonvale.
I've been meaning to bring something up to you. There is a town in Moonvale where I lived for many years. It would be a safe place for us to sleep for one night of safety. I have a friend I would like to see.
Of course.
If
it's on the way, we can travel together.
Yes, I think I remember the location.
Then, let's go. Avoiding the unpredictable skies of the fog, you lean south towards Shyland. Warm air greets you as the mountains block the vicious coastal breeze that permeates the rest of this coast. Below, these lands reveal stretches of rolling hills, pockets of woodland, serene settings, clusters of villages nestled in the hillsides, built into the earth themselves, among the farmland. But things are not entirely peaceful here. The land is muddied and ruined from the northern border, with the fog and the pine woods. Golden-spired buildings are erected along military outposts to guard against whatever monsters are rumoured to leave its clouded interior. But onwards you fly. It's now a few months since your departure, and finally, the familiar glistening of Midagua, the inner sea. It's beautiful. And I need to sort the cameras around. There we go.
I'll chat you, the DM, for a second then.
Hell yeah! All right.
The ocean is beautiful, and it is as clear as the sky and shines like a cluster of sapphires in the morning light.
I'm gonna do the buckbeak thing and like dip my talon in the water as we fly over it.
Sure. So you fly over it. The picturesque lands of Moonvale now flow beneath you. Bright green grass, flowers that span for miles, and woods that fade in shades of colour. Spending a day flying over the woods, you watch as the leaves themselves go through their entire seasonal cycle over the course of a day. Truly, this is the heart of magic. Some of the oldest elven cities, even before the Citadel itself, stand proud here. But as beautiful as this site may be, something far more special awaits you. It's here among the landscape that the quiet town of Hilltop rests, a familiar sight of a long, distant past. Flying down, you spot the house you were looking for, a simple cottage along the outskirts of a quaint village.
Yeah.
As you fly down.
Yeah, I think I am probably gonna like advise Rye to maybe try and make it like try and kind of get down as quick as we can, hoping that not many people will see us.
Sure. You try to glide down in that sort of evening hue, get towards the house and slip in through a seam in the roof where wear of time has taken its toll.
And the house is empty?
The house is empty.
Okay.
Just as it was left. Dusted, but just as it was left.
I'm going to have a little look out the window and kind of see what kinds of people are passing outside. If I recognize anyone, if there's a particular little halfling wandering around.
Sure. You look outside. Walking the streets here, you don't see your particular halfling individual. You do see some familiar faces from when you were here, but for the most part it seems like there's a few new faces. It's been a little while since you've been here. Try to think exactly quite how long, but it's been a little while.
Okay. I had this really convoluted plan. I want to go into kind of like the back of the house and see if I can find any small animals or a bird perhaps that I can kind of lure close to me.
Sure, I'll say with your druidic connection, here in the house, a few mice and birds have found purchase, a few bats as well in the attic, that you can certainly connect with if that's what you're going to do, I think.
Yeah, I want to... let's say one of the birds. I'm going to write a little note that has... It's kind of a rolled up piece of paper that has to Lyle on the front. And in it, I'm just going to write... just meet at Kane's house. And I'm going to attach a little feather into the paper. And I want to see if I can use speak with animals, if you'll allow it, to request that the bird takes it to the tavern.
Sure. I'll say within this scenario that seems pretty plausible. As you ask your little critter friend to do this, it scampers off out of the house and disappears. A period of about half an hour goes by, and as evening is coming to an end and it's beginning to encroach on night, most of the footsteps have kind of faded away, but you begin to hear ones that get louder, little quickened footsteps. And as you kind of head up to one of the windows and glance out, you can see this very nervous halfling who is walking with every so often kind of a little stumble walk. What do you see?
He's I mean, as you described, the little halfling, he kind of stumbles as he walks. He's very, even for a halfling, he's quite like slender and thin, with a slight little pot belly at the bottom. Kind of like short brown hair, but it's very scruffy, unkept, unbrushed. And his clothes are not the cleanest. They're not the cleanest. He just looks very disheveled. He's a very disheveled little halfling, bless him.
It is not what you think it is,
Not
but
Vinkas.
it should have been.
I
It
should-
should have been.
So much, yeah. Oh my god,
As,
imagine.
Yeah, that would have been great. As this little individual kind of walks up towards the door, you see kind of like hops up and you can see just the top of his head kind of cupping his eyes, looking through the window. As you're kind of there looking through, you hear him muffled, "Ah!" and he falls back and you watch him roll down like the little hill bit a little bit and like struggles to get back up. Kind of runs over towards the door.
Yeah, I'll kind of like open the door a crack and let him in.
He like runs through and like drops onto your kind of leg, and kind of like grips onto you. Kayak, it's been such a long time.
It's been too long, my friend. Did you get my letter?
Yes, a little mouse came up to me and gave it to me.
Good, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to read, but that's a relief. I'll kind of help him up. I should introduce you. This is my sister, Bri.
Hello. She puts out a talon. Oh, hello! It's so nice to meet one of Gayak's friends. Where have you been? It's been such a long time. I've not seen you for quite a while.
It's a very long story. We've been in the Restless Coast to the east.
Oh, I feel so sorry for you.
Yes, it is a strange place. A lot of weird people, but somehow some stranger than you.
Well, you're home now, so this is so great. It's been such a long while. I'm happy to see you. I missed you.
I am happy to see you too. How is everyone else?
Good. Good. Life is going on.
I think you'll also be happy to know that I wasn't dragged away and eaten by a giant cat.
Well, I'm pleased about this.
I wondered if you had a free evening, we could stay here and chat. We won't be here for long. I only tend to be here for one night, but I will return again.
Oh. I see you are leaving.
Yes. But I wanted to offer you something, Lyle. This house has been stood idle for a while, and I don't think that I will find much use for it, so I wanted to gift it to you.
You would give me this place?
Yes, it's all yours. I think Kane may have liked that. As long as you allow me to stay when I visit.
Of course, whenever you want. Oh, Kayak. And just leaps up and grabs onto you, kind of slides down, his little legs dangling and kicking as he's gripping on.
I just kind of hold
attempt
him
of a hug.
and as I usually hug people, my wings wrap round, but you can't. He's so small that you can't even see him as I'm kind of hugging. He's completely enveloped in feathers. I will, of course, help you fix it up and.
Thank you so much, Kayak. This means so much to me.
Well, should we maybe have some food?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what... Wait here, I'll go find something. And he scampers off out the house.
Oh, I love him.
The evening passes as he returns with some food and drinks, and a merry time is had. Perhaps you tell stories of your time, and he listens intently, holding on to every word.
You're about to blow this guy's fucking mind.
And as evening turns to night, you know that you have a long journey ahead of you tomorrow, and you find some rest. And the two of you give a lasting hug goodbye. The morning comes.
Ewan, just quick, I do want to ask you something. What would if I was gonna gift this to Lyle, what would be the process?
I mean, there would be a process, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I guess for now it's just
I would say it's difficult, isn't it? I'd say I'm about to, for the sake of brevity, I feel like I'm about to make a massive fucking lore thing.
I guess at this
So,
at this point in time, it would just be a kind of like I will return and make it official, but in words, I am giving him the house.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Because I guess I might want to fix it up first anyway. But
sure.
I just wanted to clarify that.
So you spend the night, and as morning comes now, you take your course north. You soar across the shimmered heights, the mountain range between Moonvale and Zaria. It takes a while to pick up on the trail, but a sense from the sky itself leads you. The winds guide you home. After many months of flying, you spot a cluster of simple wooden buildings under a cliffside, clinging to the underside of its reacher's lip. Your clan. With renewed speed, you glide down into the middle of the village, where countless others just like you turn in complete shock. And it's within seconds that a crowd has already gathered. Shock is the only expression across their faces, like seeing someone long presumed dead. And this crowd forms around you. As they're talking and I'm saying to you, like, where have you been, like, are you okay, etc, etc, a voice stands out more to you as someone with orange-brown feathers highlights, like, that of a sunrise, seeming to dance a lot across her wings.
Using my exact description.
Gayak, is that really you?
I guess Gayak's in, like, a state of shock right now. And as he kind of turns and sees her standing there, he just kind of freezes, and it's like he's trying to speak, but like no words are coming out. He's just kind of overwhelmed and doesn't know what to do. I just...
She shifts, like she pushes through and immediately grips onto you tightly. You feel her talons cutting into the skin between the feathers. That you're going to be bleeding probably. She grips you tighter than anyone has gripped you, maybe aside from Rai.
As she kind of like grips onto me again, I take a moment to kind of like even realize what's happened, and then I just wrap my arms around her and my wings, and I just like give her the tightest possible hug.
She pulls away, kind of still holding on to you, looking into your eyes. Where have you been this whole time?
I can't believe I'm finally here.
And she kind of like presses her beak, kind of curving down onto yours. It feels like your beak is going to snap. It's so pressured. As she kind of like pulls away, you can see the crowd still gathering there. One kind of steps forward. Someone you probably know, but kind of fades into the obscurity of the crowd.
They're not important.
They're not important. Like, turns towards you. Gayak, where is Kukak? Where is he? Was he with you?
He didn't make it, no.
That kind of murmuring falls silent. No, I'm sorry to hear that. He was the best of us. But we are glad to see you and your sister safe. And a group has already gathered around Ryan. They're talking. She seems to already be distracted.
As with kind of Laylee standing next to me, I want to see if I can see Gik anywhere.
Glancing around, there's a lot of business going on here right now. You glance around and you do not see him.
I again, for now, I still just, he's not been here for ages. He's in utter like shock and joy, but also like
there's so much going on. He's just got tears kind of running down his beak, hugging people, greeting them. And I think eventually I'll go back to Claylee.
I never thought I'd see any of you ever again.
No, us, we thought you were dead. You and your sister and father.
How long has it even been now? I have no idea.
Many cycles.
How is...
But you're home, you're safe. I've missed you so much. I'm sorry that we never got to have the time together.
It's fine, we still have time left. How is everyone else? Where is Gick? I haven't seen him.
You see her eyes go wide. You have not been here. There's so much to talk about.
What happened to him?
I'm not sure you'd be aware of this. There's been an attack on the temple to the west.
No, yes, I do know of this. It was one of the reasons why me and Raya chose now to return. I wanted to warn you of this, but I see you already know.
Yes, Gick and several of our warriors went to investigate the claims. You have not returned.
How?
What do you know?
How long ago did they leave?
Many months.
How long ago was it that we had that vision?
Quite a few months ago at this point.
Okay.
Where is Kekis? Where are the rest of the protectors?
Things have become more treacherous here in the mountains. The dragon can push further and further west every day. The elves seek to climb. Things have become desperate. They have stayed to protect us, and some have ventured east, but we know they're alive. At least they contact us.
I wish I could have come back sooner.
It's not your fault. You can't blame yourself. The winds, they guided you in... They work in mysterious ways.
They
guided you that way for a reason. And now they've guided you home. They always do. I'm so glad to see you again, Gaiak. I thought that our time together would... And she just trails off. It's at this point that she kind of looks down. You can see another figure that's kind of emerged into the middle of the circle.
Okay. I kind
It's
of...
like pushing their way through.
As she looks down, I kind of put my hand under her face and like lift her head back up and kind of look softly into her eyes, and then I see this figure and
You do.
turn to them.
Brown feathers, which have begun to turn grey in places. You can see she has 4 rings that pierce through the right side of her beak, and she wears several wooden bracelets on each arm. As she steps, step by step, closer towards you. The crowds begin to disperse with Ryan kind of talking, and even Clayle kind of like sees this and kind of shifts away. Kikis, I hope I pronounced that right.
Kikis, yeah.
Walks towards you. Kayak, it is good to see you.
I like bow my head to her. It's...
No, child, you must not. It is I that must bow to you.
It's been so long. It's good to see that you're still well.
You mean alive.
Well, clearly told me what's been happening. I expected the worst.
I see. A joke in poor taste from me. Come. I think we should discuss something.
Of course.
She turns and begins to lead you away. She takes you into one of the buildings. Her sort of space here. Fragrances, not dissimilar to when you've spent time in Shrazkist, but there's a much more kind of airy and kind of airborne sense in here, as she kind of sits you down at one of the carved tables and puts down a small bowl of beetles that are crawling around and pours you a glass of this kind of like almost green tea. Kayak. When? Tell me, have you felt the presence of anything of recent? Like a guide or someone watching over you?
Well, for too long after I left isn't the correct word. I strayed away from, I guess, our culture and a Sifa, but recently I have tried to reconnect, and I have found that connection, yes, and I believe that she is with me.
If a bird could smile, she would be grinning. Do you see her in your dreams?
She has shown me many visions, yes, over the course of...
I knew it was just a matter of time. I think it's about time you knew the truth about your mother. She walks around the table and her wings... She climbs up onto a small perch and rustles the feathers as she squats.
I kind of like watch her, very kind of like intrigue and confusion in my eyes. And is there somewhere kind of like more comfortable for me to kind of nestle down as we talk?
There's like some piles of sort of I guess like hay or kind of refuge that you could use to nestle into like a nest, or you could perch on one of the one of the many like kind of like well, I guess they're perches here. The architecture for Aarakocra is very different to that of regular humanoids. Here you do not find chairs.
Mhm.
There are posts that hang from the ceiling, or kind of like crops, like little sticks out the ground. It's very different. It's like looking at a large version on kind of more architecturally created birdcage.
Okay. I'll grab kind of like the tea, and yeah, I'll find a perch to sit on and find somewhere to kind of place the tea down close to me.
As you find some comfort here. Your mother, Gaiak, was a very special woman.
As I've been told, I didn't get to know her for very long.
Only myself and your father knew her secret for her own protection. And after she passed, your father and I agreed to keep it, as to keep you and your sister safe. Only if you started showing signs, would we tell you?
the signs?
This tale starts a very long time ago, and is a legend you will not hear often. It's said, in centuries past, that our people were dying. The Dragon King to the east pushing ever closer, and the elves expanding, clearing forests and taking our mountains. We were at a point of exhaustion and extinction. Seeing our suffering, the embodiment of the wind could watch no longer. But as powerful as the Herald of the Skies was, she could not directly intervene. Our tales say she plucked 10 feathers from her wings and let them drift into the world, where they transformed into people of pure white. They were the chosen of Asifa, embodiments of her will in our world. It is said that they used their natural connection to create winds and tornadoes to force back the Dragonkin, and landslides and rain to prevent further pushes from the elves. When they retreated, the chosen were allowed to remain here in our world, to live as we do and to continue to protect our people. It is from them which we derive our Altor. They were the original. Your mother, Gaiak, she was part of this lineage. Her clan were the ancestors of those chosen who continue to protect our people. A few years before you were born, a true tragedy for our people occurred. Her clan was destroyed, and your mother the only survivor. We presumed that perhaps the Dragonkin, or even other folk, had finally found a way to defeat them. But there's a look of real concern across her face now, and her eyes kind of wither a little bit. But after the rumors and details we've begun to hear, I can't think anything but that there's similarities. The way that her clan's bodies were bludgeoned, the unnatural chaotic magic that resided at the scene. I believe her clan's destruction may be connected with what's happening now.
Wait, why? Excuse me, but why wait until now to tell me all of this? What if I had never shown these signs?
Then her secret would have remained safe. The more people that knew, even yourself, would have put you in danger. Whatever or whoever killed her clan could come for you. It was your father and I's decision to keep you in the dark about this. But you have begun to show the signs. Signs of connection to the Herald. It is time that you knew.
Will you tell Raya?
Now that you know, yes.
So, my mother was an extension of Asifa?
More of an ancestor of the Chosen.
How did she die? I was only ever told that she was ill, and I saw her deteriorate, but
Whatever magic was used during her clan's destruction, it eventually killed her. Her memories of the event were stripped from her mind. Perhaps by magic, perhaps by trauma.
as you described, the bludgeoning and the way things seem to be happening, I should tell you that the full story will take a very long time, and I'm happy to share this with you, but I have seen visions of what has been happening in the Herald, and I have seen a creature bludgeoning and murdering Aarakocra. It is one of the reasons why me and Ride chose that now is the time to return.
It seems the winds have guided you home for a reason.
How many have died since I have been gone?
In our clan?
Yes.
No one has died that we know of. But a group did leave to investigate the site.
Yes, clearly told me Gik was among them.
Yes. We can only surmise that their absence means their deaths.
Visions that I had were before they would have arrived. There was a chance. There's a chance.
Then we must hold on to hope, then.
We can fight this. I have friends on the Restless Coast. They are powerful. The things we have been through, the things we've fought are unimaginable.
Then we await your friends. And what we'll say there then, to have this conversation, perhaps continue to give some discussion on what it is that you have experienced regarding this, and perhaps come up with some kind of plan as to what it is that you're going to do. Just want to check. We've got probably about a month or so before that year point. Well, probably a little bit more than that, but well, based on your travel, you actually have quite a lot of time. So would you spend some of that remaining here
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I assume so.
Yeah, I think I'd spend as much as possible here and like in this area. I would want to train. I would obviously just want to talk to everyone and tell stories of things that have happened and like what it's like on the Restless Coast.
Sure.
And I think I might see if I can find where Kukak died. If I can kind of retrace the steps that we took then, the direction we
Sure.
flew in.
Right. Spending some time with your clan, with talking, training, and just generally being in the presence of other people like you. Eventually you want to retrace these steps and make this pilgrimage, I suppose it is. Spend a week or so flying through the mountains, following the path, and you do eventually come to that area. Where the winds were so fierce and strong that they tore you and your family apart. The day that changed everything.
What are the kind of like winds like now? Is it?
It's still pretty windy, but it's nowhere near to the speeds that it was before.
Okay.
It feels windy but calm.
Okay. As much as I can, kind of like through like teary eyes and maybe not wanting to remember, I want to try and as vividly as I can picture what happened and where his body kind of fell on the rocks or on the side of the cliff.
Okay, you picture in your mind exactly how things went down and try to trace those steps back. Fly down to an area that it must have been. You don't find a body there, but you... I mean, it's been a very long time.
Hmm.
So if he did die here, you know.
Is there any trace of anything? Like if I really look, nothing.
There's nothing.
Okay. I think then with that I will end that venture and go back to my clan. And I think I will in like great detail. I guess like we could roleplay this, but I would tell Kakis in great detail what happened
Sure.
that night.
I'm going to say for the sake of brevity that you go over everything and she understands that, you know, they never found the body either. But you spend that time talking with her and the rest of the clan. Is there a point in which you decide to go back on your own? Or... Because I suppose you'd be aware of the distance that you've travelled.
Yeah.
You might be waiting for something.
I think if he doesn't have a reason, I think he knows the back of his head, like I need to go back at some point. And he'll make a point of taking like an object, whether it be like a flower or one of the I mean, I don't know how much would be left, but maybe one of the shells that his father like carved him, or something from the area, so that he knows that if it came to it, he can ask Storm to
Yeah,
bring us back.
absolutely. You grab something from this area. We'll say that you can take up like a shell that's connected to the clan here. Of course, it is specifically this location, so if the clan moves, then... Well, I mean, you'll be in at least a close enough vicinity. It's better than journeying the whole of the coast. or half the continent even. But as you're spending your time here, you do eventually hear something in your mind as Arena's voice does find you. Kayak, hope you're alive. I've already contacted Alistair. Kensei needs your help.
I will respond. I am currently very far away, but I will try my best to get back quickly. And whether I will go and talk, I'll go and find Rye.
Okay. Go and find Rye. Ah, hi. Is something wrong?
I have just had a message from Arilla.
You're leaving.
Yes. There's something wrong with Kensei, and as far away as it may be, they are like a family too, and I always knew that I would have to return eventually, but this doesn't mean that I'll never come back. Storm can bring me here in an instant, right? So
It's a long journey back, though.
I'll be fine. I have a Sifa, and I assume Kikis has told her by now about
Yes,
Morda.
yeah.
I have a Sifa, and I guess by proxy, Mother to guide me.
Very well. I understand. We will see each other again, I'm sure. I understand that you want to help your friends. And we always knew this was going to happen.
Right, I'm sorry.
Why?
Every time we come together, it feels like we haven't seen each other in so long, and I wish that we didn't have to keep parting ways.
I know. But that, I suppose, is an unfortunate reality of life. You have your job saving the coast. Go and help your friend.
Take care of everyone here.
She gives you a final hug before you part.
And I will hand her a feather of mine.
Alright, you gift her a feather. As you hand the feather and take to leave, you hear the voice again. Kayak, new plan. I need you to meet with Eridel. She is near Moonvale, on the eastern side, I believe, from what I could scry. I need you to meet her at a city there. I will collect you both.
I'll respond. Okay. Can you give me any more information than that? I'll try my best to find her.
She does not respond this day.
Rip.
As you begin to fly in that direction, she really did not have a lot of spells left this day.
What have you done to me?
Don't know, you'll find out soon.
Also,
You've got one more person to get through before you.
Do I have a bald spot from all the feathers he keeps plucking out?
It's like that guy from My Hero.
Well, he's just had to say goodbye to a lot of people, okay?
It's just this featherless
We're saying
eagle
goodbye
in
to
the
Fred.
town.
Give him another feather, guy.
Bye bye, flying speed. Within the next day, I'll say, just to save the roleplay, she kind of she would contact both of you to meet her at. Do you know what? I'm just gonna say, fuck it. It's the Citadel. It's gonna be the Citadel. It's the easiest.
I mean, I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh yeah, you
That's not a
should.
good idea.
Yeah, no, she would know that. She would know that. Actually, yeah, that is very true. Never mind. Scratch that.
I was like,
we're
are
going
you trying to kill
freestyle
me?
here.
Like, go by the.
So-
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I was trying to rely on the fact that I hadn't well built Moonvale yet. So for the time being, she implores you to head to a particular port town on the east of Moonvale, which she gives you the name of. It doesn't matter right now. Oh, this is so bad. This is so terrible.
It doesn't matter right now.
But the both of you, I would suppose both of you meet up. It's now been a year. So, Guy, you've spent like the better part of 4 or 5 months with your clan right now. Spent a long time with them, as the two of you meet in this port town, the first time in a while. And I know we have got a couple of people to go through, but I think it might be interesting to see what this might be.
I think
as the two of you find each other.
Okay, I think that when I arrived there, I'm looking for her. I want to attempt to jump scare her.
You never learn, do you? You literally never fucking
This is
learn.
literally our relationship. I don't learn, and then we argue. I just want to kind of like.
Are you talking about Aradel and
see
Gaia,
her.
or me and you?
Aradel and Gaia, but I guess. I don't know. I want to kind of see where she is and literally just fly up and then just land directly in front of her.
She will punch you in the face.
I'm gonna.
You get punched in the face.
Attack roll! Attack roll!
Oh,
Okay.
you really want to do
Okay,
that?
now I'll add my strength on it as well. That's plus
He
5.
will decimate you.
That's 23,
Yeah.
Gaia.
Yeah, she punches me in the face.
As to be expected.
His beak is slightly.
She recognizes that it's you and like pulls her punch back and goes, "Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Why? Why?"
When he first lands, he just like he looks. Oh no! There's like this confident air to him, and then you just straight boom. And he's like,
You just deck him. You deck him. You deck him right around. Everyone around.
Everyone else dies.
Someone dies. Everyone dies here.
the impact was so hard that just a force.
Shattering.
There are a lot of elves around you right now.
Elves.
You've never seen like this many elves around, like, because you've never really been in many locations like this. Aside from you, Aradel, at this point, you've been around some more diverse areas, but yeah, here you can see a lot of them kind of scoff at the kerfuffle here, and kind of go on with their days within the these beautiful kind of silver and golden buildings that surround you.
Some of the people look. I kind of give them a little wave, like it's fine, nothing to look at.
But interestingly, this is the first time in a pretty well-established location, except for maybe Hilltop where you've been before. You're probably used to it a little bit. That you haven't been stared at for being different.
Mm-hmm.
When she pulls her punch and after the whole like kerfuffle, she's gonna like put her hands on her shoulders. Gaiak, how have you been?
Up until now, fine.
You
I
never
guess nothing
learn.
changes.
Don't startle me.
This is our relationship, Aradel. I didn't want things to be weird
Where
or
have you
change too
been?
much. I found my clan. And everyone is almost everyone is well and alive and
I'm so happy for you.
There is like an air to him that is he just feels like the look in his eyes, the way he talks, he just seems a little bit more confident and more just like happy and energized. He just has more energy to him.
Did you lose your virginity?
Why do you... What?
You look different.
Well, it has been a year. Things change. You look... Actually, you look exactly the same, but...
You didn't answer my question.
You're muted.
You're
by the way.
muted.
No!
I'm just hearing, wow.
You hear a as reality warps around you, and you see a very familiar form of Arilla kind of stood behind you. Hello.
Saved by the teleport.
So much for future.
So, we're going to be sending the knight here because that's the last time I can do that today.
What is happening with Kensei? Is he okay? Is
Don't worry, I'll explain everything inside. She kind of leads you into a nearby tavern building, and as she sits down,
Oh, explain everything now.
finally.
Yeah.
So, you should know something about Kensei. And we're gonna cut there. As we pause that moment, I know that we're already fucking way over, but I think it's good if we take another very quick, and I do mean quick, toilet break, and then jump back on, just because we've got 2 people to get through, and then there's probably going to be just a little wrap at the end. So,
let's play all night. Let's go.
Let's play until the sun arises.
We will see you in a few minutes.
Welcome to Ferra Carta Recap, a new series
By the way-
recapping the adventures of Ferra Carta so far. Our adventure begins as a diverse group of strangers awake, chained together in a darkened cell. The last thing they remember is being knocked unconscious by hooded people. Among them is a human fighter, Kensei, a lizard folk druid, Thrisk, a human cleric, Alistair, an Aarakocra fighter, Gaiak, a human rogue, Aria, and a dragonborn ranger, Rusty. From beyond the cell, an ogre named Glutz taunts them, stating they are to fight in his salt mine arena. Left with no choice, the group are forced to fight against a pack of goblins to the applause of the crowd, using their skills to clutch victory. Rather than waiting to be forced into another fight, they stage a daring escape, during which they end up engaged with Glutz. In heroic maneuvers, they manage to slay him, but unfortunately, one of his hobgoblin henchmen, who is badly burned, slips away, but not before promising to have his revenge. Out in the open, the strangers waste no time making moves. They head west, towards a nearby river, hoping it will guide them to civilization. Along its banks, they find a torched watermill, inside the remains of a woman clutching a note. The note blames orcs for the attack and asks whoever finds it to rescue her son and return him to Sil City. Gaiak, using his flight, is able to spot the city on the horizon to the east, and so they set course. However, along their journey, they are encountered by a bounty hunter, Samuel Server, and his prisoner. They take refuge with the party around the campfire. Feeling polite for the prisoner, some of them allow him to go free while Samuel sleeps. The next morning, he is not pleased, and demands a recompense, or there'll be trouble. Rather than fight, they agree and pay him his dues. They part ways. A few days later into the journey, the party happen upon a roadside inn, the Miner's Flagon, being raided by orc. Confronting the raiding orc, they trace their origins back to the Wolfbane Woods. During this expedition, they are set upon by wild dogs, killing most of them, but Thrisk befriends one. The group name it Curry and continue to press on towards the orc. Finding their encampment, they investigate, but the orc know they were coming and ambush them. It's a bloody fight, but they manage to beat them. Among their possessions is a note from Quazor, asking them to capture people of their description. Caged within the encampment are many folk, including a young boy and a black-furred tabaxi by the name of Setting Stars. The two agree to head to the city with the party, as the others disperse back at the tavern. Along the remainder of the journey, Thrisk helps Gaiak grow a poppy through natural magic. After several days of travel, the stone walls of Sil City reach above them, their journey successful.
Ducadian, roll me another death save.
Yes.
Oh god.
If you roll just want to clarify before you click this.
I know,
if
if
he
I roll
rolls a natural one,
dead.
he is dead, like dead. And we have not even gone inside the fucking place yet.
God. Oh, I forgot about the natural one.
Died with enough spirit experience to reach level 5, but not level 5 yet.
No! Come on, Dookie. That's 20.
Yeah.
Oh! No!
What the fuck? God! No! No!
No fucking way!
Oh my god! Dookie! Holy shit! Holy shit!
No way!
What are the fucking
No!
chances?
You might have heard of Sirenscape. It's the app that brings...
Hello, welcome back. So we're going to push on, because we have the wonderful Storm up next. So, Storm. Having taken up the offer to stay in Deep Bay and work on the groundbreaking formation of the first ever arcane academy on the coast, you postulate the idea, beset on him, on you even, by Theodore, whose arcane tendencies vanished with his heritage. After weeks of focused writing, a document is formed, the official proposal for this duo of institutions. And you find yourself, Storm, arriving at Theodore's office with such a proposal. And it is brave, I must say. Quite daunting, though, Storm. You sure you can handle this?
I think it will be a welcome change of speed compared to what I have been undergoing these last 10, 15, 20 years. I think I need a rest.
Understand. But I have limited experience with teaching, but what I do know from those that know, is that teaching is anything but restful.
I understand this. I think I will find that it's good for my soul to impart what I think is severely lacking in this corner of Val'Aeria.
Noble. This is an interesting document, I must say. I have had the chance to read it fully, but must ask, why the symbol? What significance is that?
Comes from something that Kensei said after we vanquished Algorndon. Mentioned about the 8 shining lights in the abyss. But it was quite poetic and, well, Bubo. That's Kayek's little clockwork owl. Owls are stereotypically ones for imparting knowledge. Bubo has been quite a aid to us and mascot.
Well, it is your academy. Everything else seems to be in order.
Oops, sorry.
I must say, this is certainly an ambitious project.
Yes,
but nothing good is served without ambition and risk.
The big thing.
You will have my support on this.
Well, as you have probably read in the document, the big thing is really is the funding. Oh, sorry, I picked up a cough while.
It's alright, we started just because Storm was there.
Yep, sorry about that.
So have I, actually. I believe the weather here is something. It's my new human complexion. My system isn't adjusted yet.
Yes, you need a better immune system now. I had thoughts of going to Trelden. Wanted to clear some things up.
Yes, I will be honest with you. Once this proposal is put forth to the council and whatnot, it certainly will yield the interest of the institute, and they will want some form of involvement here, they will pest you for that.
Well, if they...
Honestly, you would be best served agreeing. They are rather powerful entities across the coast.
I will agree within particular parameters. I've seen what they are capable of, and I've seen their ethics when it comes to treating those who are gifted. It's not anything short of humane.
The only thing I think you'll find difficulty with in this proposal is your psionic course. Or potential field of study. I do worry that there will be certain people that see that as a little close to what happened. Though I see value in your work, it will be a hard sell.
It's in order to not allow history to repeat itself. I think it's valuable not to shun particular fields of the arcane. I've come to learn that.
I could not agree more. Well, I think this is an excellent proposal. And this is the name you're going with? The Academy of... what is it?
The Academy of Orgur's Orning.
Well, let's see this proposal put through and begin work. This will change the coast.
I bet on it and hope on it.
You can see he pulls out a stamp and prints it on the proposal. Your proposal is granted. Decreed by I, High Lord Theodore Shawcross, Lord of Deep Bay.
Now to discuss funds.
Of course. And the meeting begins to devolve into that. Or evolve, I suppose.
So is that why you asked me about what I thought of the haiku was?
Yes, I did, yeah.
So, with the motion set forward, work begins on the plans. Working with others, the blueprints are put forward for the academies, which are swiftly approved. As construction begins, the notion of staffing comes to the forefront. Making contact with those that might be capable and interested in positions within a few months now, Storm. They all have sat around this newly established war room at a table in your Ferra Carta fortress. Among the attendees here, and people you were successfully able to locate were Droplet, Glynerin, Azaruk, Arilla, Sindri, surprisingly, and oh my goodness, he's literally my character.
Oh, I did it, did I? I went there.
Yeah,
No.
we're kind of like
Brushing over it, yeah.
yeah, because it's just a contact and you have the ability
To do that, yeah, I do, yeah. And I got the full...
I can imagine.
Also, you can message across planes with it, so.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can
Yeah,
message across
I'm picking it.
planes without-
I'm picking him up.
Yeah, so he goes, where, and how have I, I've forgotten my own character's name. This is
Kelton.
not good.
No, Kelton.
Kelton,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
Kelton, yeah.
We met him, didn't we, in the element of playing the water, right?
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as they all sit among this circle, the conversation begins. And I'm going to leave it to you to begin this conversation, Storm, with this group who've been invited here. They know kind of why they're here, but they've been talking amongst themselves, kind of meeting each other, potential staff members.
Now, I know there must be a lot of questions, and I will try and answer them to the best of my ability, but I have to say, in order for you to be here, you're going to have to accept that this is not going to be an easy job. It may not include going to the ends of Val'Aeria and conquering killing and saving the face of the continent to require us to be very much committed to our pursuits in creating a better, freer way for new initiates of the arcane to flourish in. And I'd like to repeat that that's not something that you're willing to put the time into. Then you may leave without judgment now.
You hold that silence there. People kind of like don't really move, but kind of give a glance, maybe a bit of a head turn towards each other. They look back up at you. No one stands.
Excellent. We have a long way before we are able to allow our doors to welcome in the countless, perhaps, trainees of the arcane to be under our tutelage. And I know not isn't enough of us here to be as proficient in teaching each and every school of magic, but we can bridge the gaps. Sure, some of us have some crossovers. Some of us are able to self-teach. But I believe as a faculty I've selected you all for your range of skills. I think you all have what it takes.
See, Rilla kind of raises up a little bit. I appreciate the offer. I certainly wanted to come here and hear you out. I am hesitant about full-time work. I have a lot of projects going on at the moment, as you are aware. I don't believe I could commit to the time. However, I would certainly be interested in aiding in this endeavour, setting up a curriculum for you. My specialization in my own academy was enchantment. I'm happy to set up a course curriculum for you. I would also be willing to consult and perhaps teach an occasional session with students. However, I would ask in exchange, a mutual exchange here, an institution to work with, and additional research support would be what I would ask in return for my time and expertise.
Of course, I have already drafted up a more flexible schedule for those that I know are not able to fully commit themselves. For example, for first year initiates, they are essentially training in 3 schools of magic a term. So it means we'd have to have you here the whole time, perhaps just for a term. Which includes...
We can talk about that closer to the time, I think. You see, Glitter and Azrak have been kind of like talking amongst themselves. Kind of chime in now. Well, I would certainly be very interested. But, of course, we do have a shop here in Deep Bay. And some other kind of, I suppose, exterior projects that we work on. Though theoretically, I suppose we could have someone maintain the store. I would still ask that you mentioned 2 different in your request was 2 different campuses.
That was correct, yes. The Val'Aeria campus.
I would ask that alchemy and either infusing transmutation, that was my specialization, would be taught at the Deep Bay campus, at least until proper porter connections have been made.
Of course, I can make sure that this is begun. I am in the process of setting up another link teleportation circuit. Since we don't have to
Once that's
Sindri's the whole time.
Of course, if once that's set up, I'm happy to commute. It's just I don't really want to travel all the way to Val'Aeria every time to teach. My home is here in Deep Bay, and I know that things are changing, but I am anxious to live among humans alone.
Your concerns are very valid, and they will be seriously taken into consideration when we begin letting people in. We obviously need a lot more in terms of teaching body. And Cindy,
who has been sitting silently, just listening in, just to see where things are going.
Save the worst for last. Get it?
Sits up. Well, I do feel rather cautious about what this system will be like. But I must admit it would be an intellectually stimulating project to help form the first arcane institution here on the coast. Might I ask, how much aid are you looking to stem from our sublime Stellarian institutions? You know, given that they have millennia of successful stories.
Of course, I'm not requesting of you resources, money, anything like this. I merely wish to be transparent with the Empire in going forward, since we are looking to build better relations and a better practice of arcane here in the Restless Coast. Thought that you would be able to offer yourself as a consort, perhaps a consultant from time to time.
This consort is not a word I would really use to describe myself.
No?
I would certainly be interested in it. This position is rather fascinating. I'm sure you're aware that my specialization is in divination.
I am, yes.
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew that you were going to say that.
Kind of raises an eyebrow and looks at you. Believe we can talk when the institution is at its completion. Come back to me in a few months and tell me what has developed.
I shall, yes.
See Droplet at this point kind of has been like twiddling her thumbs a little bit. I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty interested, but I gotta be real with you. I don't know if I'm experienced enough with this sort of stuff to teach it. I do have experience with Stellarian education. I studied like some of the others here over in the Citadel. Abjuration was my specialization.
That's more than most you'll find here in the Restless Coast. So you'll find that you'll be able to lend a lot more than you initially believed, Droplet. Believe you are being harsh on yourself.
I appreciate that. Sounds fun.
And as
Kelton's kind of like scratching at a patchy beard. You know, this is probably the first time I've come back here. Material plane, anyway. Thought nothing would ever bring me back here, but you're a convincing person.
Thank you. You know, I thought...
I'm not sure what I can offer you, though. There's not really, I don't learn my magic.
Precisely. You don't think we're just going to admit those that are not innately magic? Wish to be an academy that recognizes all forms of the arcane, and I think you'd be the perfect person to be consulted.
Right. You see, right, alright. I actually agree with you on that. Like, I could probably help you, but, alright, like, here's the thing, alright? I know it's been quite a long time. Probably about 30 years or so. But, my face might just be up a bit of trouble between certain groups.
So, certain. What does that mean, Captain?
Looks around the group. Well, to be perfectly honest, I was a pirate.
Ah, well.
And, didn't really care who the goods came from. There's a lot of nobles here in the city who's, a lot of fathers who don't really like me. I'll leave that up to your imagination. So...
yes. Well, you'll be under the protection of a council member. Like you said, it's been 30 years. Can't say I have a clean record either.
Well, I'll certainly consider it, but, you know my deal. As long as that barrel is still out there. I broke my vow to come here for a friend. But I will be going home after this.
Home? You mean the elemental plane of water?
Well, basically, yeah.
Well, we'll be taking field trips there eventually, so you can lead the field trips.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Good luck!
Well, that's why we need you. I think you will...
As the meeting... Sorry, go.
No, that was just be idle conversation.
As this meeting eventually comes to a bit of a conclusion here with some arrangements made, the real hard work begins. As meetings after meetings after meetings occur about resources, economic support, legality, and much more admin that takes over your life. Months pass in what feel like days, but as the work is done, by the end of the year, construction of 2 sites begin. One finds itself in the arts and cultural district of Val'Aeria, and another is welcomed in the fallen areas of Coppertop in Deep Bay, as a portion is reclaimed to be a student in Arcane District.
Ooh.
In this time, the work has not gone unnoticed, as predicted by Theodore. As one of the meetings you find yourself in is magnified. Down in the exchange, a grand hall stands among many buildings. 5 tall towers reaching up. Within, Storm, you walk a spiral staircase to the top of one of these towers. The office, up here, awaiting you, belongs to Treldon Nightshade, one of the 5 chancellors of the Institute. As the office opens, the older gentleman awaits behind a hefty desk, back towards a circular window in a room filled with the scent of leather and paper. And as you step forward and into the room, you see him look up from the desk where he appears to have been writing into a fairly hefty ledger here. I have been informed that you wish to speak with me, advisor, and soon to be headmaster. Take a seat. And he gestures to a large leather seat on the other side of the desk in front of him.
Chancellor, was it? Chancellor Nightshade?
Yes.
Been expecting conversation. Takes a seat.
As mentioned, I had heard word of your interest to speak with me, and it seemed that you had not arranged a meeting, so I decided to do so myself.
It was in the works, you know.
You're a very busy man, it seems.
Indeed. I hate to exhume old business, but I think see where this meeting's going, and I think we need to discuss some old business. But please, I'll let you begin.
What old business would this be, Storm?
It is of our experience, well, say our Ferra Carta's experience with the Institute.
From my knowledge, your interactions with us have been very little, if non-existent. But I presume you referred to your interaction with some lower elements.
Yes, well, say lower, underground, subterranean, Professor Dalish, and his treatment.
Professor Dalish? This is of an interest.
So,
let me start off, Storm, on the right foot here. The Institute of Knowledge Seekers. Each of us chancellors act as independent entities within this organization, but ultimately all decisions must be ratified as a group. I am but one. It is likely that one of the other chancellors, or those underneath them, have embroiled themselves in some sort of unsavory discourse. There are those that have expressed interest in magic for some time, but most simply collect information from across the coast and its countries. I have been made aware of the elements that you have experienced, and I can assure you these are not reflections of the Institute, merely underground elements that seemingly wish to make a mockery of our organization.
Well,
we are merely keepers of important documents, facts, laws. We are merely an administration, a group seeking to collect the knowledge and keep it safe. That is our purpose.
well, as if it is only a few rotten branches in your, what did you say, 4 governing bodies.
5.
Yes. Then I truly hope that we are to engage in this business together, that it is seen to. People close to me have felt the consequences of this
Very well.
rotten business.
Till now, these elements have been considered inconsequential, insignificant. But I think we can make a deal here. I will investigate these claims personally. Should we unite on the front of knowledge and its pursuit?
Not just knowledge and its pursuit, but openness to all. This is what our academy will stand for. It's not something to be squirreled away.
We will stand to change the face of knowledge and education here. But this is an opportunity I do not wish to let slip by so easily. I will agree to these terms. I will agree.
We have your support.
Indeed. Stands up. Is to shake your hand, unless you actually wanted to have a conversation about that stuff.
No, he stand up. Yeah, he's not made any conditions or anything known to me, has he?
No, as far as you've been aware. Other than the fact he wants to work with wants to kind of have the institution kind of working within the academy.
I'll shake his hand.
Excellent. May this day bring great fortune from here to eternity.
Indeed.
And with that meeting done, you leave. As a year begins to pass. It's been such a long time since you've seen your friends and companions.
Too many things that I could have done in that year. That I can just. One of them would be at the Deep Bay campus. Could I have been cast in teleportation circle?
You'd need the buildings haven't been built yet.
Okay.
So they're gonna I believe I've written it somewhere else. They will once they've been built, it will require like a year's worth of casting.
Could I have done it in the house then? Because I would probably would.
You could begin doing it in the house. Would you have done it every day in the house?
Yeah, that's. So I'd have been at the house. So no, I could.
You would have been around here. There might have been some days where you cut it close, but sure. We'll say. I need to check if it is exactly a year. It might actually be just over a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So just so you guys know, I know we haven't gone to Kensei yet, but the time that's going by, it's gone through summer, through autumn, winter, and now you are hitting the month of flowering, which is about mid-spring.
We had the full Last of Us story cycle.
Indeed.
And there's one other spell I'd like to cast, but that's if you could say that I would have got 1,000 golds. Could I have taken out of the treasury 1,000 golds?
What is it for? What are you fucking buying?
You just have to see. You just have to see.
I don't know if I want to.
1,000 golds. A nice jewel encrusted dagger, please. Storm would have found the time, you know, down the line. He's a bit. He's what he's done recently. He's let his goatee grow out a bit. He's started to braid it. Got some beads in it now. He's got a braided goatee. Bit a bit grey, but he'd have got this nice little jewel encrusted blade. and he's gone out. He's gone to the flower shop. He's picked up some lovely bits of clay, some nice little lilies.
Sure.
And he started to make something out of clay. And he's got Gaiac's feather, and he's popped it on the back. And then takes the jewel encrusted dagger, and reading through his book, he's like, this would make this really perfect. And you watch as he cuts his hand, makes some incantations, and blood drips onto this clay doll he's made, essentially.
He's doing voodoo?
He's about to voodoo somebody. They say it's Sindri.
And I've got to roll something here. 2d4. Oh yeah, that's brilliant. My
lucky motherfucker.
That's, really good.
That's permanently down, right?
That's permanently down until it dies.
All right, make note of that.
Who is he killing?
Eridel clutches her heart and yells,
"What happens?
Why are you killing me?"
What happens?
So you watch as the blood drips off this nicely jewel encrusted dagger, drips, and watches this. It like the clay kind of figure. It's like got little arms and little legs, and then it's got this wing in the back, and it's got a kind of like a bulbous head. And as the blood drips on it, this begins to crack, and out of the bulbous head is just this giant eye with a little smile underneath, and the feathers, they begin to splinter out, and it has a little winged back with Gaiac's feathers.
What?
It's created a homunculi.
Oh, stop.
We know how that went in Full Metal Alchemist. We don't do that.
Come on, Jay.
Gaiac is going to be
You should know better.
by the fact that this
As
has his
that-
feathers.
Which one is it? Is it Pride or?
As that goes by, that kind of comes to the end of your year here, as well. I mean, you're already in Deep Bay, so nothing would happen with you specifically yet. Just to quickly touch on it, yes, Eridel, you can send a letter to Yennefer.
Thank you.
To reply in Deep Bay. I'm guessing you're doing that earlier on.
I'd
Or would you do that?
do it if I knew that I was heading back to Deep Bay. I'd probably like send it off if we're spending the night with Arilla in that town. Find somewhere to send it off then, and then wait for it.
You do realise that you will be back there months before that letter arrives, just so you know.
I mean, I don't know. What's the practicality of it? I'm just trying to think of when she would
If you
send
were
the
back
letter.
in Deep Bay, if you were back in Deep Bay, you could send it from Deep Bay, and then it might come back, in a matter of days or weeks. But if you're sending it from the other side of Val'Aeria,
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Okay, in that case, I'd probably send it off sooner rather than later.
Okay, so you send it off before you leave.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll say that you sent it off before you left on your journey. All right, and that is going to bring us. Oh my goodness, everyone's dropping in things now. It's all right. You can do that. So I just muted myself and I didn't mean to. That brings us to the fateful one. So, Kensei.
I'm scared.
Before you leave Deep Bay on your journey east across the coast, searching, well, you know what for. There's a night before you leave when you hear a knock on your door in the fortress, in your currently barren room. As you knock on the door, you see Arilla is stood there. Hello?
Hello, my friend. It's a bit late, Arilla.
I apologize. Look, I heard that you were journeying east towards Voivort. Is that correct?
Yes, within the week.
I just wanted to, I know that you don't have modes of communication like some of the others do. I wanted to give you this. She kind of goes through her pockets and pulls out this small beige-looking stone, which is in the shape of like a face with an open mouth. This.
Oh. Thank.
It's not just a stone. I will tell you what it is.
Ah, good. I was beginning to wonder.
It's quite common where I'm from. It's called a sending stone. You can use it once a day to communicate with someone on the other end, whoever has the other. I have elected to keep that myself. I know that you will be journeying for the most part alone. At least I hear that Arya is heading that way as well. But just my experience in that area has made me very cautious, and you call it a hunch. Something just felt like I should give you this.
Thank you, my friend. And, I do appreciate this greatly.
Well, good luck on your journey. I will hopefully see you at some point in the future.
Will I? I think it is
Yes.
worth noting. I don't know if anyone said it to you, but we wouldn't have won without you.
Everyone played their part, but you were the ones that risked it all. She smiles and nods her head and begins to walk away.
Is it just like a little pebble sized thing, or is it?
It's like a palm-sized little stone.
Okay. You know what? I know exactly what Kinsley's going to do with that. The very end, just like kind of like with what he did with Gaiac's feather, kind of attaching to the end of the sword. The little bit at the end of the katana, the metal bit, he's just going to kind of pop the end of that off and put the stone inside and then pop it back on.
Nice. Okay, yeah, you do that. Slips inside with ease.
At least now I know I'll never be far from it.
As you head out the next morning, a journey awaits. Ryan, no, about to say Vargas, Ryan and Gaiac have left. You know that many of the others are staying. Aradel too has gone. And Arya waits you downstairs as the two of you head over to the port where a ship has been set sail for you. You've been purchased on your behalf. During this initial couple of weeks, you spend likely helping Arya with her Perlesian, as you had so kindly agreed to help.
No,
as
it's
you're
gozai.
sailing,
It's gozaimasu, not gozaimasu. It's gozaimasu.
as you encroach on the Bellanorian border, something happens immediately. It's like a flash in your mind, and miles away on the complete opposite side of the Restless Coast, Aradel, you feel exactly the same thing.
What?
It feels like suddenly, in an instant, things have been smashed into your mind. And in that moment, Aradel, you remember every bit of what your mother put you through. And maybe that's why over the time of your travelling, maybe that little bite back towards her came from a sudden resurfacing of these memories. You're not sure if she's aware of it, but you remember the torture. And Kensei, to the south, as you are only a few days out from Coltmouth. You know your name.
Oh shit! The hags.
The Witchwoods.
Did I get anything beyond that, or just like smack?
I mean,
your name's back.
Your name is back. Suddenly your name is back in your mind. You can think your name. It's almost like you're maybe having an idle thought and suddenly you know your name. What's his name again? Imagine. Imagine the nearly 4-year meme. The nearly 4-year meme. His name is actually Jeff.
Jeffrey.
That caught me so off guard.
Well, whatever it was, it's Jeff now.
Yeah. It's the hag's last prank.
Oh.
They actually changed your memory.
Oh wow, that is fantastic. So,
What the fuck just happened?
as you dock in Coltmouth these days later, you pass through occupied Bellinor along with Aria, as she is heading up to Sill City, and you know your journeying together will last maybe a week or two as you get closer. You can see there's a lot more military presence here, and things look a lot different. There are 1214 banners raised everywhere. Every town you pass through, there's churches. And as you get to the section where the road continues on to Sill City, you find yourself continuing north and bidding farewell to Aria as she heads to meet her biological father. Biological father.
Would Aria have told me what she was going to do, or she would have? Oh, I think you muted her.
Yes, she would have told you where she was going.
Probably before, just maybe like right before they part. Kinsey would just be kind of like, and just to test her, he'd probably say it in Shutogo. So, just to test her skill level and how she's coming along.
Try to be easy on your father, yeah?
Put cheese on my father?
Close enough.
Okay. I will try not to put cheese on my father. Yes.
It's almost, if you could see his face, it would be like a twitch as his language is butchered.
In all seriousness, do try to be easy on your father.
Which one?
The one that sacrificed his happiness with you to make sure you could live.
Which one?
Kind of just like stares at her and is like,
You know.
and he'll just kind of give her like little sister pat on the head, like ruffle her hair, and then walk off.
Don't like that.
As Aria, you watch Kensei vanish up the road, heading northward, knowing your journeys separate here.
I know.
Little did she know this would be the last time she saw Kensei.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh lord.
Oh lordy.
Oh boy.
Gone.
Lord
I know this is a very minor thing, but just for cool effect, can I have like a traveler's like cloak and hood poncho deal?
Yeah, like Kung Fu Panda.
It was a given. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Of course it was happening. So, as you head north, you expect to come upon the Witchwoods, but you don't. Just the stumps and burnt remains of where a forest once stood, and suddenly the realization of why you remember all these things, or at least your name, has maybe a realization here. The woods are almost entirely gone, and whatever entities did live here these sisters, their power on this plane has been shafted. There are numerous forts and outposts here as you pass by, heading on towards near Lofton, but then north towards Bladestone, and further north to the old border between the two kingdoms here. As you journey north of the border, you pass buildings of plaster, clay with tiled roofs, and the roads here are extremely well maintained, with watch posts common and regiments patrolling, both on the road and in the many hamlets, towns and villages. And finally, Kensei, the crown of the kingdom, the city of Val'Aeria, which sits on the side of the mountain range like a god watching down from above, its streets and buildings tiered, not unlike Deep Bay. As you step through its gates and see the Foyfortian soldiers in their glory, with their armour even more regal and embellished. The streets are live with singing of hymns and accordion-like music which fills your ears. It's here, in this city, where you're led towards a castle. The only rumours of this Parisian woman had come from. And up towards a meeting chamber. The king's servants here, recognising your status, and likely the only reason you are allowed so casually
I was wondering,
to walk into this castle.
How difficult do I have to go through a lot of bureaucratic stuff, or am I just let in?
Given your current status and the freshness of the endeavour right now, I mean, you've travelled for quite a long time. I suppose there's probably a little bureaucracy, and you find yourself frustrated.
Please sign your name here on this form.
But eventually, you are led to a meeting chamber where this familiar woman awaits. She is Parisian.
Is she
fair-skinned, long brown hair that flows behind her. And though she doesn't wield the weapon, you can tell that this is someone that has a lot of experience with one. Stood in the way only someone of the Ryusai trained could do. This is who you expect to see. This is Tomo.
I guess the big first question is, can I even say her name?
That is a good question. I think we're going to need a wisdom save. As you go to speak the name, as you step in to this kind of long meeting room, there's a long wooden table here with this red velvet sort of sheet over the top. Paintings of visages across the kingdom here. A large one of the king himself, who you've certainly met. And she is kind of like stood by one of the windows looking out. Yeah. Let's have a saving throw as you try to blurt out the name.
I guess another thing as well is, does she know why she's here? Like, was I filled in on what they said to her before?
Well, like I said, there was a lot of bureaucracy here. What I'm kind of skipping over a little bit here is that, you know, you would have had to wait in the city for a while because she was not instinctively here already. She, from what you had been told, this Parisian woman was travelling on behalf of the king there's some kind of deal that has been going on. You're not entirely sure what it is, but she is clearly doing something in exchange for him, for something. In exchange for something with him.
Okay.
With the king.
Wisdom save. Here we go.
Yes, please.
15. What could have been?
Damn. I mean, you have Indomitable.
Fuck it, right? Go on then. I've got 2 uses of it. Why not? Fuck me.
Wow.
Nah, you know what? Kensei really wants this to happen, so he's going to try one more time.
Do you have inspiration as well?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you might have used it in the battle.
I think I did.
Wow, it's like a +6 as well. It's crazy that you can't hit them.
Mate, the mask works in mysterious ways.
Oh!
Fuck me.
Yeah, it's just getting worse.
Lucky sir.
Worse and worse. But you go to speak the name, and the mask kind of cuts at your lower chin, and almost like cuts the breath away for a second. And you watch kind of one of the runes light up, or you don't really watch it, but you can feel it lighting up, and the burning sensation on the back of your face. And when you kind of give that grunt, you can see she turns around to see. Hello? I have been told that you wish to speak with me. Would that be correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your throat, is it okay? You sound like you are choking.
It will pass. I'm sorry, this must seem so strange to you.
Well, I must admit that when I was told that one of the new council members wanted to meet with me, I thought it was strange. Though given my dealings with the Prophet King here, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you would have been brought into this. You wear Parisian garbs.
Of certain colors that I'm sure you recognize.
Yes. Why do you wear Ryusai colors?
It is my home. Does my voice not sound familiar to you?
I will be honest with you, your voice is familiar, but you are choking. Can I perhaps take that mask off and we can give you a glass of water?
It is.
And she goes over to the table and pours a glass and like it's already walking over to hand it towards you. She walks very military like.
Please. It is enough that I get this from strangers, let alone from family.
Sorry, I cannot understand what you're saying. Like I said, perhaps remove the mask and we can talk properly.
He just kind of shakes his head. Oh.
If you are truly from Ryusai, then you know who I am, and I am giving you an order to remove the mask.
I know who you are, yeah. I also remember when we were children.
I'm not sure I understand you.
I remember when Ishikawa Sensei,
when he beat me for stealing figs from the tree. But I didn't really take them, did I?
The glass drops from her hand and shatters on the ground. She takes almost half a step forward. Shinjen? No. That's it. That can't be possible. That's... How do you know that story?
You know how. And I'll take out my pair of katana.
As you go to like pull out the
But
blade,
I don't
see...
pull out the sword. I just pull out the whole deal.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Like, I mean, she's like on edge at the moment.
And
as you kind of reach towards it, she does kind of like lean across and grab the jug as if she's going to have to use it for a weapon.
Mhm.
You watch the water spill out on the side.
You know.
But notices.
And I'll kind of like bend down on one knee, kind of holding the swords, both in my hands. Like, you know me. And you know that as any self-respecting Ryoto, I would not offer these to anyone. I am. You know my name. You know who I am. I come to find you now to show you that I still am that man. It's been so long.
You can see she's trying to hold back tears. It's like she does not want to believe this. You were told that you had died, that you were... I am...
Oops, I can't.
I am having... This is not real. I am having a dream. I refuse to believe this. And she like begins to walk past you as if to leave the room. Do you let her go?
I'm trying to think what else I could say. When I gained the title of our land. My name, your lord, your father, gave me my name. You remember it, don't you? All of it.
Shinjen Rakono.
And he'll kind of just he'll as he hears the full name, he'll kind of just like collapse into a nearby chair.
She's still stood away from you.
Three.
You can see she's trying to hold a trembling, and you can see her fist like squeezing so tight. You're pretty sure you can see a droplet of blood forming in the little crevice between her fingers.
You have nothing to fear from me. I am, as I have always been to the clan. I am your right hand.
We mourned you. We all mourned you.
After the capital,
he's going to repeatedly try to say what happened, and every time I imagine the mask is going to try and stop him until it's visibly clear that there's something preventing him from speaking.
Well, what? Yeah, okay, yeah, true.
He's basically...
Depends on how far he wants to go before, like, potentially, like, being killed by this thing.
Well, he's gonna go. He's definitely gonna go far enough to make it noticeable for her. Like,
sure. Why don't we roll me one, and we'll see where we go from there.
Oh, now.
There we go. In that moment, the emotion passed through stronger than any magic could.
When I went with your father, I did not want to go, but he asked me, and you know him. He was a stubborn man. But he was my lord. And I followed him to the end. And the Emperor dug his claws into me. I was trapped. For so many years. I'm able to see the petals of the sakura trees. Listen to Sensei Shika's lectures. I'll see you, brother. I wish I was dead. It would have been less shameful.
He would have been proud of you. Our father. For what you did.
I do not feel pride. For years I have felt this evaporating a sense of great shame.
And that we are alike. She taps at this point, and you can see that she's not been able to hold back the tears now, and they're just streaming down as she just kind of moves at once and in one swift motion kind of clasps at your hand, kneeling on the ground, pressing it to her forehead.
My Lady Ryoto, it is good to see you again, sister.
I remember that day when you left with him, and I did not know that I would lose both of you. It was bad enough to lose my father, but to lose my brother as well. It was too much. And I could not take it. It was...
What did your father used to say? Like a cloud over the moon, all sorrows eventually pass.
I cannot believe you've been so close this entire time, and I had no idea. I could have seen you months ago.
Well, you left somewhat of a trail. And I'll pull out the scabbard.
You can see she winces. You say that you have full of shame. Then what befalls me, who is to sell his father's possessions?
I have learned with my years here, and from my unique friends that I have made. Sometimes you must do what must be done. I know you. I know you would not have done this without good reason. Regardless, I return them now to their rightful honor.
And he'll pull out the tanto as well.
No. They are not mine to take. I have brought shame on our family. And for what is to come, I will bring further shame.
What do you mean?
My reason for being here, Shinjin. I came here to seek aid in understanding revolution.
What?
This kingdom has overthrown its leader in the past, and I came in hopes of learning something, in gaining support from somewhere that understands. And in the previous month or so, word has been returning to the council that you are a part of. And there's discussion that if not intervention, there will be support. There are those of us in our homeland who do not take kindly to the dynasty. And those of us that can have begun to put a plan into motion. The rebellion knows that the Emperor has immeasurable power, and so things need to happen in quick succession. We have already begun to sow the seeds across the Isles. In our time so far, we have gathered marginal support. We have gathered marginal support from others, including the shinobi.
You brought the Fuma to your side.
All at once we will strike and attack the crucial parts of the empire. Must. And you can see she looks down with shame. Whilst the son of the Emperor is kidnapped. If he refuses to step down and relinquish his control, then he will leave us no choice. She steps up and walks away out of just disgust with herself.
You would threaten the life of the Emperor's son.
Yes. If that is what it takes.
The boy is an innocent. He deserves none of this.
There are many innocent who have suffered, Shingen. The Emperor tarnishes the way. The Emperor has no honor. There is no honor in his oppression. No honor in seeing countless executed on a whim. If I must burn my honor, that others may continue on, then so be it. I will put myself down when all this is done, if I must. But this is our only chance. He will not budge on anything, but if everything at once happens, then maybe.
I cannot believe things have gone so far. I've only been gone with 3 years.
Things can change a lot in a year. I think you know that.
Kente's more than a little stunned, obviously. But
Kenshin.
Oh, sorry. No. So, I did a roll. I'm guessing I need to roll another thing.
Oh yeah, you definitely need to.
Oof. Sorry.
Definitely need to. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Do you know what? Before you roll.
What's that?
This feels like I'm giving you this, but I feel like given the nature of the environment and the emotions running high here, I will give you advantage.
I like a bit of that. Oof.
You see the runes light up, and she kind of takes a step back, confused, as blood begins to seep from your neck down. Shingen. As you're able to speak.
Kenshin is in favor of this.
No. But he knows as well as I that things must change.
And if we sacrifice everything, then become as bad as our enemy.
As I said, I am willing to destroy my honor, and I will commit the act if I must. I will end it myself.
There may be another way.
I am open to suggestions, Shingen. But I have exhausted every conceivable option.
The Empress. She can be trusted.
How can you say that? While she sleeps in the bed with that monster.
It is not as you think it.
And you would know.
I knew for almost as long as I've known you now.
Roll me a deception check with advantage, because she can't see your face, but she can hear your voice. This is the only rolls we've had in the game so far today.
Question, like, wait, deception?
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
So but my reason for saying that is not because what you're saying is untrue, but I think she's fishing for...
deeper layers.
Yeah, deeper layers.
Well, deception is a big old -1, so we'll see how that goes.
Maybe the emotion. Sorry about that. I should have muted when I blew my nose there. Sorry.
That'll be a 4.
Oh wow. Okay. She kind of looks towards you. No. You. I never took you to be like that.
As I said, it is not as simple as you know.
We knew that you were serving with the Emperor, forced into servitude. But we were told that you were killed, protecting His Highness.
And you can get the sense that Kensei, when he hears this, there's a rage in his voice. He says,
"Who said that?"
The Emperor himself.
Lies upon lies.
Well, I believe it, given the fact that I can see you. But if you did not die saving him, then why did you disappear, Shingen? And why can you not just tell me? Why is everything a struggle?
he's gonna kind of like claw at the mask, almost like it's like he's got an itch under his skin, but he can't scratch it, sort of thing. Like,
what is happening? Just. And she like goes over to try and take the mask off you by force.
No.
She grips onto the bottom and like yanks, and obviously it doesn't come, and her fingers are soaked in your blood. I don't understand.
The Emperor and his ilk find death too lenient to punishment sometimes.
They did this to you. What could you have done to deserve such torture?
I wish I could say. Oh. You say that you would throw away your honor to win.
Yes.
I threw mine away years ago. But I have one last responsibility that I must uphold.
And what is that? If not to protect your people?
I must... I must protect that which is also most precious to me.
And what could be more precious than your family?
What indeed?
And he was just kind of like look away from her, very defeated.
She kind of looks down as if she's like thinking of something right now. She takes like 4 or 5 steps away from you. No.
Whatever you are about to say, I hope you'll say in hushed voices.
Then perhaps it is better left unsaid. Then we need to change our plans. They are already in motion, Shingen.
What?
They are already in motion.
We have to go. We have to stop it.
It is not planned to take place for some months now. As I said, we are still formulating our discussions with your fellow councilmen. But it would be difficult to negotiate with the shinobi on this.
How did you convince them?
As I said, not everyone is as happy with the dynasty as it may seem. There are certain sects that would work against them. Not all, perhaps, but certain groups that would see the end of this dynasty. Perhaps we could use this to our advantage. If the truth were to come out, the Emperor may lose some allies.
And the boy would be dead within the week.
Just swears. I mean, obviously this this conversation is in Shtuko. Not in Trader's tongue. Shit. You're not wrong.
Indeed. If it's council members you wish to meet, then perhaps you should accompany me to my home.
Of course.
There There are friends there who I think would be very interested to meet you. They find me somewhat of an enigma.
I look forward to meeting them then.
Will this journey interfere with whatever plans you have, what deals you made with the king?
There are things now more important, it would seem. I can send a letter to the Isles, postpone what I can. Stay with me here and help me finish my work.
They do not need to know the details. But yes, please.
Shingen, how could you be such a fool?
Believe me, of all people, I expected this the least.
Very well. Our correspondence was that by the first blossom of the sakura trees would we begin our plans. We have until spring. Shingen, it looks like we are going home. And she will embrace you. There's a lot of emotions washing through this room right now. And if you will have it, Kensei, you know she writes a letter that very day and has it sent. As you spend some time here in the capital with her, she enacts some work, and across the land of Foyfort, you journey across it with her, and together you fight against some of the loose creatures that had managed to still find purchase in the lands here. Obviously their invasion, they were not prepared for, and despite the death of the Illithid and your victory below the ground, the numerous creatures that had been brought up with them did not return and instead spread across. And as two proud Parlesian warriors, you see to it that town after hamlet after village is protected from these abhorrent horrors.
Kind of like overly critical, like older brothers. Like, I see you're falling a little to the left on your stance there. You might want to pick up the sword game.
I may not have fought some weird brain creatures, but I've trained a lot longer than you, Shingen. As you kind of bicker, but with this heartfelt nature, the time passes, and you're at the back of your mind, that plan is always there. And you know that to act on it too soon could risk certain elements, especially if you are going to gain support from the council here, and especially Foyfort, who appear to be, from what she's described to you, very much in favour of aiding the Isles here.
Do I mean, during the time that I'm with her, I imagine she meets up with the king fairly regularly, so to update him on what's going on. Do I get a sense from any of their interactions, like what his motivation might be for helping us? Because
Roll me an insight check.
He's got to be getting something out of this.
Sure.
Where are you, inside? couple. Oh, you're muted, dude.
There we go. You hated political discourse when you were forced to be around it in the Isles, much less having to deal with it now. You are not attuned to listening in and acutely gathering people's subversive and undercover, subtextual, I suppose, intentions. As you wrap up your time here, the final kind of the limit on this contract that she had agreed with the king, as she gives a final briefing to him, as the two of you begin your travel back. As you cross the lands together, it takes you some time as New Year passes, and soon, after probably about 2 months or so maybe of travelling, maybe a little bit longer, the mountains that hold Deep Bay greet you once again, and you find yourself heading up into the city proper. Tomo with you here. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, by the way.
Tomoe, basically.
Tomoe.
Tomoe.
We're just getting deeper and deeper with the voice. Tomoe. Arrive at Deep Bay. As you're, I suppose as you're arriving, Tomoe would turn to you. Probably you've had some conversations along the road, and maybe this conversation takes place a little later, but sees fruition here. It is going to be a long journey to the Isles. We will have to navigate through the Razor's Reef, and the pirates there have grown in numbers over the last few years, and getting here myself was difficult enough. We will have to find a captain brave enough to venture through it, and we will have to...
Or I
believe we'll only get there by the skin of our teeth.
We could do that. Or I could introduce you to my friend Storm.
I see.
He's, how do I put this? The way we are with swords, that's the way he is with magic.
I see. Well, I look forward to seeing his proficiency with magic. Does he rely on it entirely?
He has been known to use the sword as well.
Then I may like him. As you head into the city, likely naturally heading for the fortress, you see, as you approach, the first person you actually see is Arilla, heading out from kind of like, well, I suppose actually kind of waiting around in the front of the courtyard to the main part of the building here, and this place looks very different. The muddy, disgusting area around is different now. There's plant life here. You can see there are people manning the walls who like let you in. Wow, I did not expect you to... Well, I don't really know what I expected as you head through.
For some reason, they thought I would be good in politics.
She laughs under her breath.
Mm-hmm.
The first person you see again is Arilla. She's kind of stood in the courtyard, turns towards you. Kensei. Well, I did not expect to see you here.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Been some time.
It has. A year, in fact.
Feels like a few hours. Don't know why.
Yes, time can flow rather quickly. Especially when you're my age, it flows rather instantly. Who's your companion here? A partner?
No.
I am his sister. Oh. Ooh, that's really should not just assume these things. Well, have you been here long? I've popped round to see Storm, but I don't think he's in at the moment.
We were hoping to see him quite urgently, actually. Are any of the others in the city?
Zuko is around.
Has he got that theatre troupe sorted yet? I know he was talking about that quite a while
Yes.
ago.
Yes, I believe that's where he is at the moment. They're doing one of their early rehearsals.
Dare I ask who he got to play me?
I really would not. Can I help with anything?
And I'll kind of look to Tomoe, kind of like gestures. Like, do you need anything?
You were talking to Tomoe.
Yeah.
Well, the time goes quick. Are all of your companions here? You mentioned that they might not be.
Yes, much like myself, they have a lot of urgent matters to attend to.
Yes, I'm afraid that Gaiak flew east and, well, no one's heard from Eridel for quite a long time. Might I ask what this is about? Is this urgent?
Yes.
Okay. Perhaps we should go inside. She kind of walks over towards the door. Shit, they left it unlocked again. And they locked it again. Excuse me! And she kind of calls up to one of the guards who kind of knows who Aurelia is, sees you guys there and walks down and helps unlock the door. Thank you. And as you step through to the fully furnished fortress, you'll have to wait to see what this looks like. She takes you into one of the meeting rooms that she's been in a few times now, kind of sits you down. Tomoe is looking around like very interested at this. As you step in, what is this about? I don't want to intrude or anything.
You are not intruding at all.
Oh, this is our house, right? This is Ferra Carta.
It is.
Ferra Carta.
Please tell me. Please let that be the actual name.
You're always welcome in our home.
That is very kind of you. You mentioned you were hoping to see Storm. Let me just check something. And she walks over to one of the desks and begins to flip through one of the books on the side. Yes, that's it. It's what I thought. He's currently over in Val'Aeria.
You could tell.
He's at one of his sites.
The schools.
Yes.
Wait, you could tell that from the book?
Well, it's written in his schedule here.
Kenta kind of is a bit embarrassed because he thought it was like a magical book. Just tell me where it was. He's like,
I can show you. Holds the book.
No. It's quite alright. It's we have an urgent family matter. Me and my sister that we need to attend to.
Back home.
How urgent?
Life or death?
Wait here. She walks out the room. A few moments later, she enters again. Well, I've contacted Erodel and Gaiak. Right. And she kind of immediately kind of like turns to you and says, I'll be back tomorrow. If this is truly this urgent, I will ensure that everyone is contacted in due course.
Thank you.
And she disappears.
just out of curiosity, how does Tomoya react?
I mean, she kind of is...
For the disappearance.
You get the feeling she's kind of got used to a lot of weird shit here on the mainland. Like, kind of like you.
It takes a while to get used to, doesn't it?
Yes, that was very uncomfortable. So, you spend this night here, and we're going to fast forward a little bit here. As, oh god, it's such a shame that she's leaving now.
I bet.
So, over the next couple of days to a week, each of you, by your own or with Arilla, find yourself returning to Deep Bay. Erodel and Gaiak, of course, teleporting back the next day. Storm, Zuko, both of you working in there. And Arya already here as well. Alistair, after your notes, you made a quick course to grab a ship and head down at the earliest convenience.
Oh, I heard that's grab a ship.
As you reconvene in the city, meeting with each other, heading back towards the newfound fortress. As some of you for the first time open up the doorway to the fort. It's quiet inside. Very quiet. As you hear the sound of wet footprints on the ground. Someone walking downstairs. As you look around expecting to see probably either... Well, I mean, to be honest, you expect to see Zuko, really. He's the only one who's not with your group right now.
Hello!
And as you look up, instead, you see a rather beautiful half-elven woman, wet hair that's tied up in a towel, just kind of like walking down.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, hello. My name is Val. You must all be Ferra Carta. I think I recognize you, and I think she kind of like points at Storm. Probably just Storm at this point, yeah.
Why are you in our house?
Well, she just kind of like laughs and just kind of begins to like walk across the landing. I presume you're looking for Zuko. He'll be out of his bath in just a moment.
Oh my god!
A few moments later, you hear some like mumbling talk, and then as you hear like frantic kind of like splat, 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 one running down the hallway, and you see Zuko appear in his towel. But Zuko looks a little different, doesn't he?
What's happened to him?
Oh no, what have you done?
What's happened
As you guys
to Zuko?
see, Zuko's at the top of the stairs. He starts making his way down. He's like still kind of a little bit wet. You see, like, you look at his face, he's got wet hair, and perched on his top lip is a little ratty cloud moustache that he's grown.
Oh
No. Like two little clouds on either side of his top lip.
He went for the full El Zuko.
Oh, that's not okay.
I wasn't expecting you all to be back today. I thought you might have gotten in touch.
Zuko, what the fuck is that on your lip?
What do you mean?
I think you forgot to wash some of the bubbles off from your bath.
Oh no, this! Oh, this is my... Val said it makes me look rugged.
That's one way.
I'm gonna kind of like look around at everybody else like, what is happening?
Look, I'm a little busy. I'll probably be like...
Zuki Poo, where did you put my hairbrush?
Coming! I'll probably be about 30 minutes.
Zuki Poo.
Zucchini?
Zucchini.
And he kind of just like gives a wink to the group and runs back to the bathroom.
So as you stand shocked here,
We're gonna have some horrible revelation that that's the actress playing Eridel in the play later on, aren't we?
Oh, but she is a half elf. As you all stand rather shocked at this revelation, finally reunited, but with a goal, not one that many of you do not know quite just yet. But as you kind of stand here, we take a moment to look at what has really changed here on the coast now. The world is forever changed. As 4 seasons pass, so too do the wounds of war, though its scars remain across the lands. As David wrestles with the newfound changes brought on by King Owen II, there is unrest in the kingdom, as many disagree with the tolerance of outsiders and alignment with the other kingdoms. The Eastern duchies see peaceful diplomatic relations as a weakness, citing that they lost families to the Voifortians, and peaceful negotiations with them is an insult to the dead. Rebellion threatens to emerge, and it is no secret that their plight is supported by the petty kingdom of Moorland, who until now have stayed out of coastal affairs. By the end of the year, David is embroiled in a civil war in all but name, as the West and East are thrown into political chaos. Whilst David breaks apart, other kingdoms rebuild. Things are not the same as they were before. There's a greater sense of unity across the coast. Despite the civil war, David and Foyfort still dispute over faith, but the peace lingers. Every so often a disagreement erupts and threatens the coalition, but diplomacy and discussion win out every time. Thanks in part to the charismatic leader left behind to be an impartial voice. For the year, Deep Bay remains the core meeting place for the council. Each member state provides an ambassador capable of talking on behalf of their leader, should they be unavailable to attend. With peace and mutual coalition in both magic and industry, Val'Aeria sees a rise in innovative exploitation. Though they're hesitant to freely share this technology, much of it makes its way to other kingdoms. The industrialization of steam as a power source revolutionizes their country as simple steam engines and ships begin production, and a very rare small black powder weaponry is invented. Though in a world with magic, this technology provides a chance for catch-up. Deep Bay expands, no longer just a beacon for the human kingdoms, but as a point of trade between the external powers of the coast. Now unified, the Golden Empire looks on with a more curious, perhaps even slightly envious eye. Merchants, visitors, and more arrive from not just the Golden Empire, but from nations beyond. With the fighting concluded, the Druids once again seclude themselves away to their groves and circles. Seeing this change in the kingdoms, they forbid the use of the circles for mercantile gain and general traffic. With the need of greater travel both for emergency use and for perhaps monetization, the Institute step up to discuss methodologies of securing new routes. Using their influence and the relationship with the Golden Empire, they begin to establish private teleportation in several cities, including Ravenwood, Val'Aeria, Seal City, and Deep Bay. While still in development, it will likely only take a few months before these new modes of instant travel revolutionize the coast even further. As the wounds of psionic influence fade, something stirs within many folk across the coast. Due to the powerful energies distributed during the invasion, there are those that appear to have absorbed it. Many begin to show signs of psionic potential. They are ostracized, seen as a threat, and believed to be connected with the Illithid. Most find themselves guided to the Sisterhood of the Oracle, but as more begin to appear, a concern grows as to what to do with these people, a problem that will soon need to be addressed. With the turn of the year, a new problem begins to make itself known. Earthquakes have begun to appear along the coast. First witnessed in Bellinor, then several other countries. Whilst rare, they've been growing ever so slightly more powerful in size with the passing months. Despite research, the cause is unknown, but there are those that believe something bad is about to happen. An ill omen. Much has changed. A year ago, many thought this would never be possible, and if it were not for the selfless actions of a few, then it likely never would have been. The world before can never be returned to the way it was. Not now, with these 4 seasons gone. And that's where we'll end the session.
Ooh. What a session. What a session.
Yeah, boy. What a session indeed. What a session indeed.
Oh man, oh man, oh
wow,
man.
Wow. So, we went on so late there, man, but we kind of needed to get as much as we could done. But before we drop out for the evening, let's drop some of the stuff again. So, let's start with Sam.
You want me to talk about it, or you just?
Yeah, you talk about your thing.
We're Sam JKP on YouTube and Twitch. I stream a lot of Pokemans. Let's get the Premier Ball again. This week I'm going to be starting the Torchic solo run of Brilliant Diamond, so playing through the whole game using only a Torchic. It's been a long time coming, and I'm very excited. So if you want to see that, come and watch. It's gonna be fun, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Sam. Maya?
Yes, I stream on twitch.tv/Anamea. I stream Genshin Impact and some other spooky games as well. Come and check it out. Woo!
Thank you very much, Maya. And Mitch, do you wanna...
Twitch.tv/Natural Wonders. It's in the chat. We stream every Monday from 7 PM till 10 PM. We play Star Wars TTRPG by Fantasy Flight Games. Edge of the Empire. It's very fun. Come and check us out. You're muted, my friend.
God damn it! Every bloody time. Thank you. In addition, we have our Discord in there. Oh, do you know what I didn't do? I'm going to do it right now. I know we're at the end, but I'm going to do it right now. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to get... There we go. So, I'm going to be whacking it right into the Discord right now. The incredible work in progress in a little bit. Matt.
I knew it was Matt.
Of Your Fortress.
Oh,
I knew I'd almost forgotten it.
Is this going
It is going in Lore and Maps. So that actually is a great segue. So, if you want to see these incredible little maps and keep up to date with everything that is about 3020, make sure to join our Discord. The link is in the chat because that way you get to see some of this incredible stuff. There's also a link to my website in there. I'm a professional GM, and if you want to have me run a game for you, you can have a little look on the website, see what's on offer, or you can contact me and let me know if there's something specific you'd like to request. So check out both of those links. There is the map, guys. I hope you like it. Definitely take a look and join the Discord if you haven't already. And with that, I think we're in a fine position to say adieu for another week. Take care, and remember, stay safe.